Okay. So I have to shut my window. Okay. Okay, back to stair stepping. I guess. Right? Yeah. Unfortunately. I can't rename this. Oh well. Okay, so first thing I want to do is ensure again that the default dispatcher, this is my replication of the default dispatcher. Let me turn this down. I want to be sure. Oh shit, stream. Let me get the loop. Hey, how's it going? I want to be sure. It has this thing. It had a check. I'm very confused by this. I did this last night, but the default dispatcher has a check in it when you dispatch all collision pairs. Okay, so here it's a pair cache, which is BT overlapping pair cache, and process all overlapping pairs. Okay. So it calls into this because it's not deterministic. And then it goes through all the overlapping pairs like I'm doing and processes the overlap. So what I'm confused by is this callback, I'm pretty sure, always returns false. Callback. Callback. Collision callback. Collision callback is a BT collision pair callback, which returns this process overlap. Right, that's what they're calling. Yep, so they call this thing process overlap, which I guess it is actually technically virtual. No, it's not. It's literally just this. So they call process overlap, which just does this thing and just always returns false, no matter what. I don't know why this even exists. Okay. So I guess I'm right. So this is how I did it. Call this thing, just always increment. Okay. This is my plan. Okay, let's take a look at this thing. Broad, so this is inside of the pair cache, which is an overlapping pair cache, and then it's a broad phase pair array, which gives you back a broad phase pair of course. So let's go from the beginning so I don't miss any files. Get overlapping pair array. That just returns this thing. This. Which is a broad phase pair array, which is probably in this file. There it is, which is an aligned object array. Man, I feel like I'm back working at a company. This fucking sucks. This is like, it sucks. This is a broad phase pair. Like, who writes this code, man? I fucking hate it. Okay, I don't know what this one is though. This probably exists somewhere in this file too, probably. Okay, we're not. Really? Guess not. There we go. It's this thing. Okay. And from this broad phase proxy, which contains a broad phase pair, of course. Then, why did I have to do this? Oh, I need to see if I can get objects out of this. Okay, yes, the M proxy 0 is an object. It's a collision object. I know that because that's how this thing works. Where is it? Something here, right? No? Manifold points, whatever. Handle 0 from the body. Okay, I guess this is different. I do think it's an object, though. Oh, this. BT collision object is a static cast of proxy 0 M client object. Okay. Hey Bevan, chat, have I already told you? You can actually wishlist Fat Goblins right now? That's true. How do you know that? So I can get the collision object out of this, out of the proxy. It should probably be a valid thing. Okay, let's start doing this, I guess. So this is a pair M proxy 0 M client object. This is an object 0, object 1, and then I think I want this. If this doesn't exist, or it doesn't have a contact response. Move over. This part of the song lasts too long, I remember. I've been mega sick, now I'm getting better, but still stuck in bed most of the time. Oh shit. Do you know what you caught? So if it's I think I'll just switch this to being if either one doesn't exist. That's not exactly right. What I'm actually trying to do. It's COVID. Oh really? That sucks. Can't smell or taste shit at all. Oh damn. What I'm actually trying to do though yeah, this thing has to have some function that I'll make myself. That'll probably be okay. And then you say, if object 0 stair step, and it'll have something like m get stair step, m get stair height. Okay, m get stair height of object 0 is greater than 0. Stair step is stair step, or this doesn't seem right. Oh, this is a Jai stream. Yeah, it's not gonna be for a while. I hate it too. This today might actually be entirely not Jai. So like I could probably force this thing into Jai, and I actually thought about doing that. But the thing is, it needs all this other data. Like it needs to know what a broad phase pair is. And getting that into Jai because it's C++ is very annoying. So I immediately abandoned that idea. I don't know if this is right either, though. I guess it'll technically work, but it seems like a bad way to do this. In fact, yeah, this is a bad way to do it. This will be a lot slower, I think, than... And this is an important function. This happens for every collision in the game, I think. So I have to get the flags. Where the fuck are the flags? Okay, it's this, but it's just, isn't it just called like get flags? Is that collision flags? Get collision flags. Okay. So what I think I'll maybe do then is stair step is this has to exist, and get collision flags has to include character. That's not it. That's not it. I'm confused. Character object. That says 16, but I'm pretty sure it's 32, so now I'm very confused. Where is it? I'm blind. I'm pretty sure it's here. Oh, what? I'm almost positive it's here. Oh, there, character. Collision filter character. So that's different than collision flags. Shit. It'd be kind of funny if putting C++ in the title attracted more viewers than Jai. I don't know what happened actually. It is a C++ stream today though. So I might just need to export these actually. Actually, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know what to do. So I don't know if these flags are actually used by anything is what I'm worried about. Flag. Apparently they are. What do they use for? Okay, it's obvious they're used for like object types. Static, kinematic, no contact response. Sure. Stiffness dampening. Okay, but it's all these flags and character object is never used. Not gonna lie, it's kind of cozy working on my game parallel. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people end up doing. Hey, Chandu. Good. Going well. So character object is never used. The enjoy vloaded. You said it. So true. So I guess I'll stick these here too. They don't really seem to do anything. You read that perfectly? Yep. So maybe since they literally don't do anything, I could instead just check if there's user data. I guess that would probably technically be the best thing to do, and that's the same speed as checking flags, so. Okay, that's what we'll do. Get user data. I don't know what it's called. Something user data. User pointer. Get user pointer. So if there is a user pointer and do you work on your game on the weekends? I do most weekends, but I'm gonna start not doing that. I think. Usually I use the weekends to do stuff on my game that like I want to do, but I can't justify time-wise. Like if I have a cool idea that's just cool and like doesn't actually contribute to the game at all, I'll do it on a weekend. But I'm probably gonna start working only Saturdays and not Sundays or something. Someone wants to have a life, imagine. Yeah, it's more like it's easy to get burnt out. I think I'll pass this in. Okay, so this will be m get stair height of a collision object, which is not right. It needs to be a handle. So to get a handle, it's just the same way I did this. I could just cast it here, actually. There's no reason to like assign it to this thing. Maybe. Is this really the best way to do it? Get the stair height of the body. Has to be greater than 0. Okay. So this is one situation. The other, I think you don't want to stair step up dynamic objects. So I could do this even a little bit better, actually. I could do it a little bit better. So there's static, rigid. What? There should be a method called like is static object, which I know I can get from the collision flags, but I don't want to. There we go. Am I typing it wrong or something? I keep typing stuff that I expect to be there and then not finding it. And then I end up just scrolling through and finding it. I don't understand. So this is static, but I also need like a rigid body. Is that not a thing? I really think it is. Dynamic object. 0. I don't know what to think about that. Collision object types. Oh. Objects get internal type. What is that? Internal type. Reserved for bullet internal usage, but I could use it. Internal type is reserved to distinguish bullets, BT, collision object, rigid body, soft body, etc. Do not assign your own type unless you write a new dynamics object. I can use that. Okay. It's even public. It's like they want me to use it. Okay, so I will get the BT collision object of the dynamic object, which is, how do you do this? Can you just leave it like this in C++? I think so, right? No, wait, no, you can't. I think you can't. No pointer? I'll say 0. Did you say the C++ code is going to be used by your J code? Yeah, that's right. It is. I think I can say no pointer. You can't in C though, but this is technically C++ right now, right? So if object 0 and object 1 and object 0 get internal type, why they do it like this? And it can be rigid and not static or kinematic. It can be both of those. Well, now I'm confused. Whatever. I guess I'll do the same thing they did, although I don't understand why. So you have to have both objects. One has to be rigid and not static or kinematic, which doesn't make any sense to me. And then object 1 has to be static or kinematic. Dynamic is object 0. Else. We kind of just swap it around. They both have to exist. Object 1 has to be rigid. Object 0 has to be static or kinematic. Did you give me an explosive solitaire game? Another deck? No, not yet. I will though, but not yet. Okay, well this should work. So this gives me potentially my dynamic object pointer. And it'll only happen if only one object is dynamic, because otherwise you don't want to stair step. So then if dynamic stair height is get stair height of, this is actually right, cast this dynamic object to a body handle. Gotcha. I was making some changes on my local version earlier. Maybe I'll push them tonight in the web version. Okay, nice. I'll probably check it out this weekend, most likely. I also have to get through a bunch of Steam Next Best games that I think I should try, at least. So this should work. This is your stair height. Do your sweep test stuff. Otherwise, you just dispatch it. And that's it. I might go ahead and run this to be sure this actually functions. Looking sounds good. Okay, nice. Let's see. Like, I basically shouldn't have changed anything. Wait, so one more thing I want to do. This guy has all this stuff going on. He has to also have something called, I think already exists, maybe, get stair step height. Yes. Get stair height. So he needs this passed into himself. I guess maybe after the client configuration. Wait, can he do it this way? This supports this? No. You have to include cboard.h. Right? Yeah. You consider playing the Steam games as research? For the most part, probably. There are some I actually want to play, but I think there are some that, like, if I wasn't going to launch into Steam Next Fest, I probably would skip them. So I'd say those ones would be like research. But some look fun. A lot of the Steam Next Fest games I end up playing, like, it's really hard to understand, I think, why they're not good. Like there's some I play and they just like aren't fun to me, but if you play them, it looks like a totally professional, well-made game and nothing seems wrong with it, but it's just not fun. And it's really weird. And I don't really understand why, but that's like, that happens a lot. Okay, let's stick this here. So this goes into my constructor, I guess. Gigantic constructor. Guess I'll bring this down here or something. Get stair height of, it's just supposed to be get stair height. That should work, I think. Then it goes into this guy, and now I have access to this. So when I construct this, like you, hope this works. Get stair height. Okay. This should work. Yeah. Okay, let's just try this. It should do nothing different at the moment, but it should not crash. And maybe, I don't know how this would work actually. I want to try printing. I don't remember how to do this in C++ either. You can do this, right? I think. Man, I can't believe how much I've forgotten. It's crazy. Although I'm probably not importing that. I don't remember what it is. C++ import cout. IO stream? I don't think, is that really it? We'll see. Did you play the GMTK magnet game? No, what is that? GM magnet game. No, I don't know what this is. Is it good? Build finished. Wow, it built. Jibullet copy files. Jibullet generate. Do you know the Game Maker's Toolkit and YouTube? No, I've heard of Game Maker's Toolkit. I don't know their YouTube series or YouTube channel. But I know of that name. They have like, yeah, they're everywhere, I think. Let's try this. So I don't know if printing is gonna work in a separate library. I think it will. Okay, this is happening again, and it seems like it froze actually this time. It's actually, hang on. Okay. Something really did not work. It's possible it has to do with that standard out thing. I'll try one more time. Oh, wait, I think I know the problem. Wait, stop. Yeah, I think I know the problem. Actually, like freezing over and over. I did this wrong, right? My dispatcher? Oh, it's an action infinite loop. Okay, so here's this. This technically, even if you're dynamic for now, you still need to do this dispatch. I just want to print the stair height. Whoops. They talk about game design. They're finally making their own game. Their game is polished, but their next festival is too easy. Are they like a very normie people? I've noticed normie people make really easy games. Okay, stair height 0. That's probably right. So it's spamming 0, and that's happening in my physics manager. So I'm actually gonna return this. I don't know how. I think I'll just... Not certain. It'll be like this. So I have my goblin. Wait, let's do this first. Goblin body data. So this will be a struct. How should this work? I'm going to use my pointer as data. I can't do that. Shit. I could stick my pointer to point at the goblin if the goblin allocator is like a block allocator. Which it is. Okay, let's do that. I think. But then... yeah, I think. I have to be sure. I have to be very careful with this. So you create your body, do all this stuff. This thing seems like it doesn't work, but whatever. CBT body set user data, set user pointer. I think that is the right method. Yep. Goblin body, goblin. Kingdom music, my guy. Huh? What is Kino Music? Is that this? Well, I don't think they had much game dev experience before this, but their channel about game design has 1.6 million subs. Should they really have a channel about... They must have game dev experience. Right? In that case, I hope. So now I've set it to your goblin. So now what happens is I can get your goblin back out. Here, goblin pointer, or I'll say user pointer. So you do this. That is the right function call. Yes. If user pointer return cast to goblin, user pointer. I feel like I should be doing an arrow. So I need a step height. Uh-oh. Did I remove it? Oh, it wasn't body. Where should this go? Body. Maybe here then. Step height. Yeah, step height. Okay. So, I have my goblin, just return step height. Otherwise, return 0. I mean, technically game designer, but it can be different role from the programmers. Oh, I see, okay. Well, that's fair enough then, right? Yeah. That's cool though. What are they making their game in? In that case, it has to be something, right? Body. That's what that should be called. Cast your user pointer to a goblin if you have it and return back the step height. And there you go. Wait, but this is a C call. Wait, but nothing here is invalid for a C call, I think. So this is fine. They used Unity. Okay. This should work. Let's one more thing. Let's put this back in. I don't need this anymore. This was, I guess, to try to make you not go through the ground. Step height. Sure. Technically, this is technically done. This part, I should copy this over from third person physics. Where the fuck is it? This. Okay. That's it? Just that one spot? Okay. So there, I'm setting my step height to one of these two values, 0.1 or 0.4, which seems fair. Wait, why 0.1 though? If anything, I think it should be 0. Okay. Hey, Widgeler. That game reminds me of something that would be cool and would be on Cool Math. I remember that website. Does that website still exist? So let's try this out. I've done this stuff now. When I run this, it should say my stair height is like 0.1. Yeah, it exists. Nice. 0.4, 0.4. Nice. So I can get my stair height from my C++ code. Yay. Everybody's very excited. Okay. We're doing this now. Now what? We have to sweep. Okay. This is going to be very hard. Yeah. But luckily for me, they have some code I can go take for myself. It's not this. It's this. Get two transforms. Start and end. Target position. I'm not sure this is right. Convex sweep from start to end. Okay. Target orientation. End set origin. Okay. This is right then. So start position. What? Current orientation. This is not how I'm going to do it. Unless they're just passing in these values backwards, this doesn't make sense to me at all. Allow continuous collision detection penetration. I don't see what that means either. This one looks way more correct to me. Convex shape. Start, end, callback. Allow penetration. I don't know what that means. But whatever. This one looks correct. Okay, so you do this. You have to construct a callback, which is whatever this thing is. M up. Kinematic, closest, not me, convex result callback. Did they make this themselves? Oh shit, they did. It sucks. mean, I guess I can just take this for myself. Did they define a header for this thing? Nope. Why do they do all this stuff though? You add a single result. If the collision is me, return 1. Add single result. So I don't understand what this value means at all. If it's yourself, return 1. Otherwise, if you don't want a contact response, return 1. Get the hit normal. Convert if you need to. Get the kind of percentage of up of that normal. If it's less than that would mean minimum, less than minimum. If it's an invalid slope, return 1. Yo, do you switch to bullet physics? Yeah, I am. Hey, Bon JLo. I'm in the process of switching to bullet physics. Everything does work in bullet physics, but I'm trying to re-implement stair stepping, which seems like, as far as I can tell, almost no one has ever implemented in bullet physics. Yeah, I don't understand what this is doing at all. But whatever it's doing is probably what I need. Good evening. Hey, Kevlar. How's it going? Kinematic closest not me result callback. Wait, what's the difference? Kinematic closest not me result callback. Kinematic closest not me ray result callback. Okay, I get it. So how is it using this guy? Get your callback. Doing okay on yourself? Pretty good. Oh, I think this callback builds up probably the closest result inherently with that value by using that value, the 1.0. So 1.0 will be like maximum. It's probably a percentage distance. Oh, it's probably the t value of the ray. Okay, that makes sense. You construct the callback with a ghost object though. Is that really necessary? I don't see why. Use a ghost object. I guess I can do it. I don't get the difference between these two things at all. One is sweeping the ghost object and one is sweeping through the world. What is more surprising to me is nobody wrote a decent physics library in C. Yep. It's true. That is weird. Have you seen how much inheritance this library has though? It's crazy. The callback has a hit and the ghost object has a contact response. So I guess you have to use the ghost object no matter what. I think there's literally no difference between this. Sweeping the ghost object and sweeping the world. I think when you call this, it's just doing this anyways. In fact, I guess I can check. Ghost object. Cast shape. Yep. Goes through all the collisions that it could potentially have. Go over all objects, and if the ray intersects their ABB plus cast shape ABB, do a ray shape query using a convex caster. Okay. Well, I still don't see the difference, but I mean, either one of these seems like what I would need, basically. Howdy, how is the Jai Bullet integration going? Good, kind of. Everything I can show you, actually. I don't think it's broken at the moment. Give me a minute to look at this, though. I think what I do want is the ghost object. I don't know the difference, but it would make sense to me. Like, if I could just totally avoid using a ghost object and just use shapes, that would be my preference. But it seems like it has to have an object because in all of its C++ glory, it sticks the collision results into the object. Doesn't it? Yeah, because then later on it checks if this guy has a contact response and you need a collision. Although, if I can get back the closest hit fraction like this, without using the ghost object, I could skip it. In fact, if convex sweep tests, if I could just use my existing object, this might be weird, but it might be better. If this is an option for a something else, okay, it's not. But you can do it here. You give it a shape, which is a convex shape, that's fine, and transform and whatever, and then convex result callback. This might work. This might be all I need. I think they're maybe really overcomplicating it using a ghost object. The thing is, I think that maybe the reason they're doing that is they need a way to ensure you're not colliding with yourself. And then the way they do that is they have this not me closest object thing. This. When you add the result, if the hit collision object is me, which is when they construct it, which is a ghost object, I don't see how this could work. Okay, but that's fine. I can do this myself and I can make it work. And the implication, by the way, of a lot of this file is that it legitimately doesn't work because there's fix me's everywhere and there's commented things with to-dos. So I shouldn't really be relying on this at all. Okay, hang on. I will show the game. Yeah, I was just recently getting stair step height. So yesterday, I got the physics working, and then I got it set up so that it can detect when you're on ground. So you can see it basically feels the same now as what the game used to. In this, I collide with this because there's no stair stepping. So this is what I'm doing right now, stair stepping. But physics works, you don't slide down slopes. That's good. That's it. And so stair stepping is a problem, and then when you jump it goes to 0, so you can't like clip up things, hopefully. And then if you jump and you hit, you have a collision with more than one thing. It's like this. This is two objects, see? If I land right here, I technically collide with both of these and it stops my momentum. So that's another problem. So that, I think if I implement stair stepping correctly, that will fix that. Like you can see just then I stop moving. If you pay attention, my velocity stops. Okay, not just then. Like that. So stair stepping, like that, should fix that. Yeah, I just realized something. Can you get some bullet DLL and just call their API? That's what I'm doing, yeah. I'm calling their API. What I'm doing right now though, well, kind of. Their API is in C++, so if I were to generate bindings for the API, and actually I tried that once, it's like almost not even possible. Because their API is extremely complicated and like has tons of inheritance. You're looking at code. Yeah, so Bullet does not support character controllers or stair stepping. It's just physics. So what I need to do, so these are my bindings for their library. These are all my functions that get ported into Jai. It's like a C wrapper to make it more compatible with Jai. And what I need to do, wait, I want to fix this. Okay. What I need to do is add a way to do stair stepping, and I thought about this a lot yesterday. And what I decided has to happen is I have to intercept the collisions. So the way physics stuff works is it does like I forgot what it's called, a sweeping test or whatever of everything, a broad phase test, I think is what it's called. And it determines what things are potentially overlapping. And thanks for the follow. And if anything's potentially overlapping, then it actually goes in and checks like GJK or whatever and decides if it's overlapping. From that, typically it would do something like EPA to determine the shortest path out of the collision. And it would put that data into some list of things as like a manifold or a contact point. And then it has, after all this stuff has been processed, it constructs like islands, and islands are groups of connected objects, of touching objects. If you have like 6 objects that are all touching in a chain, they'll all be one island. And then after it constructs these islands, it goes through and it processes all the islands using some least squares. It's not really least squares. It's like that's what they call it. It's like a janky least squares algorithm to like, you iteratively solve all of the manifold constraints one at a time until they're as satisfied as they can be. So that's why they call it least squares. And so you do that. You solve all your islands, and so essentially what's happening is all the constraints say the distance and how to move them to get them out of each other. So you try to continually move everything out of everything until nothing is any longer colliding. And that's how physics works. So the problem is I need to resolve my grounds for my character straight vertically up. That's the summary of what I'm doing today. Because when I step on a surface, it's detecting like the closest path to push me back out of it is where I came from. Which it's right, like that's how it should do it. But so, if I'm stepping on something that is ground and it's less than a stair step height, I technically just want my character to pop straight up. I don't want to actually resolve the collision like real physics because I would say it's a stair. So I think the way to do it is, in all that stuff I described, when the physics thing is going through and calculating manifolds, if it's a character that it's creating the manifold for, I need to intercept that, determine if the manifold it's creating can be a stair, and then if it can be a stair, I need to create a new manifold myself, thanks for the follow, and clear all the existing manifolds for that object. So that's currently what's happening. So this collision dispatcher is some shitty C++ class I made. And this collision dispatcher, yeah, and I mean, from what I just explained, you probably understand why like no one has ever done this in Bullet. And the code I was looking at is written, I think, by the guy that made the library, but for some reason he didn't finish it. So he has a kinematic character controller that's supposed to step upstairs, but it doesn't work. But a lot of the code he wrote is like in the right direction. I don't know why he didn't finish it, but so that's what's happening. So what I have so far for this is also, this is maybe a better thing to look at real quick. In order to determine if you're on ground, I have this method I wrote yesterday. Get contact points. So you give it a callback, get collision, and then user data to pass in. So this goes through the dispatcher, which is the thing that creates manifolds. It gets all the manifolds in the game. For every manifold, it gets the objects. And then for every, well, and then also for every manifold, it gets all the contacts. And then I just have a callback to dispatch the contacts back to me. So that's all that's happening. This is a binding function I wrote to call from Jai. So then in Jai, I mean, so you can kind of see like none of it is too complicated. It's just like a bunch of steps for everything, and each step could potentially go wrong. In Jai, I use this data, get contact points, and if the thing that's contacting is my body that I want the collision for, it adds it to the normals. So it's like relatively simple. It's just a bunch of steps. Yeah. So this is how I'm getting all the current collision normals of that frame. And this allows me to determine if I'm stepping on ground. So all that just to step on ground. So it's a similar process for stairs. I mean, it's open source. You probably worked on it whenever. It's open source, but Bullet is like one of the best well-known physics libraries like ever. I don't know. I don't know what other engines are using at the moment, but at least for a while, I know it was Unity or Unreal was using Bullet. Anyways, I'm sure people have solved the stair stepping problem, but it's basically if you try to search it, this is the kind of thing in game development where like if you try to search this, you won't get results. I don't know. Probably heavily modified? Yeah, probably. So what I'm doing now, I would guess, is probably kind of what Unreal or Unity did, because I think they support stair stepping. Actually, I'm not sure. Do they? They must, right? Stair stepping is a popular thing. I know also, though, it's common for indie developers to use capsules, which are like ovals, like 3D ovals, because it implicitly allows you to go upstairs by sliding up them, which is like really shit. But that's something else that happens. Okay, back to this. So my plan is, this is where I'm stuck at the moment, trying to figure out how to write this code. I have to do a sweep test now. So I do think I want to construct something like what they did. This is an extremely ugly class, but I might just copy this. Kinematic closest not me convex result callback. Let's take a look at this maybe. Convex result callback. Add single results. Hit fraction. Okay, so that is what's happening. When you add a single result to the convex result callback, you're returning back out of it the fraction of the hit. So that was my expectation. So basically, this is the t-value of the ray, more or less. So this is mine now. Take this. I'm gonna make it not in their style. Good enough. So they have a me collision object and an up collision object. So let's see exactly what they're doing. Okay, this makes sense too. What they're doing actually makes a lot of sense. I don't know what these two values are. Oh, like it's passed into there. I don't know why. Okay. This is almost everything I need. Hit thing if you're in world space is this, otherwise need to transform into, okay. Hit collision, get transform, get basis. I think, I don't know what that is, but this is probably right. They can't mess up this code. If the dot product is less than a minimum slope, it's not a valid thing. So again, you return 1. Can I return float instead of all this stuff? I think I can, because I think they just typed def b scalar, bt scalar to float. Dot up. And then you add the single result, which is this, and then you let it calculate the fraction, I guess. Is that okay to do? I guess so. I guess it knows the result data. Yeah, it probably gets put into these two, whatever these are. Okay. This should work. I'm just gonna kind of take this then. I'm gonna change the name though. Because I'm pretty sure I'm importing kinematic character controller. You know what? Let's just not import kinematic character controller. Oh, there it is. All of this, all the stuff I wrote. Goodbye. And then you kinematic character controller, you gotta go. That should be the only thing that imports that, probably. All this stuff. Hope I did that right. I wasn't really paying attention. Okay. So now when I'm doing, this isn't a big deal to construct, I think. In fact, let's see how they did this. They just construct it for every hit, don't they? When you're trying to do a single stair step. Collision filter mask, okay. How should I set this up? So I should do it right here, I think. At least Unreal 4 supports it. I would expect Unreal 4 is likely the game engine not using Bullet, but I don't know. What physics engine does Unreal use? I think they use their own, right? Chaos physics engine does Unity use? Unity uses their own too, I think. What game engine uses bullet physics? I don't know. I don't think any does anymore. I think they used to. Maybe ChatGPT knows. I'm curious. What popular game engines used to use bullet physics? I mean, it supports stereos, no idea about physics. They have to use in-house, yeah. Unity, before switching to its own physics solution, PhysX. That's not Unity's thing. Unity supported bullet physics. Unreal Engine, while Unreal Engine primarily uses PhysX, bullet physics was done in some projects and could be integrated with Unreal. Blender uses it. Godot has its own built-in physics engine, but Bullet was integrated as an option in 3.0. Ogre 3D, Panda 3D, Cocos 2DX, whatever that is. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of stuff uses it. Used to, maybe. A lot of stuff seems to use PhysX. That's interesting. PhysX. There is a PhysX WASM. Interesting. PhysX stair stepping. I'm definitely not switching, by the way, but I guess if you were to say character controller. Most character controllers, though, are kinematic, and I don't want a kinematic character controller. Traditionally, character controllers can either be kinematic or dynamic. A kinematic directly works with the input vectors. Dynamic works with input velocities. Okay, I don't want kinematic character controllers. Auto stepping. Without auto stepping, it's easy for a box to get stuck against slight elevations. Thanks for the follow. As well. So they have auto stepping in their kinematic character controller. So PhysX dynamic character controller. They're putting a lot of things in there. This is weird as fuck to me. They're putting a lot of stuff. If you just search PhysX character controller, they list a bunch of reasons why you would want a kinematic character controller, but almost none of them are true. It's like, I don't understand. No direct, okay. First one, lack of continuous collision detection. Typically, physics engine use discrete collision detection, leading to notorious tunneling effect. Kinematic character controllers seem they argue kinematic character controller fixes this, but that's not true. You can easily have continuous collision detection for dynamic character controllers for rigid bodies. So that's stupid as fuck. Next one. A rigid body is typically controlled with impulse or forces. It's not possible to move it directly to its final position. Instead, one must convert the delta position vector to an impulse or force and apply them. This is just strictly better. You don't want to force it to go to its final position. You want it to collide with things. I don't understand their argument at all. Trouble with friction. When a character is standing on a ramp, it should not slide, so infinite friction is needed. When the character is moving forward on the same ramp, it should not slow down. So this is true. And this is very annoying to fix, but you can easily fix this yourself like I did. This is a dynamic rigid body character controller. And as I stand on my slope, I don't slide. Look, no sliding. And so the problem with that is if you do it through kinematic to force yourself to not slide, if you have something like a building, or in my case, I'm going to have a catapult that launches you, your kinematic character controller does not get launched because they're kinematic. They don't have like a mass. So inherently, by arguing that, you're not allowing it to interact with other things in your game. Trouble with restitution. Typically, restitution should be avoided for character controllers. When the character moves fast and collides with the wall, it should not bounce. Okay, so you can set the restitution to 0. I don't understand, man. A typical character is always standing up and never rotating. However, physics engines often have poor supports for that sort of constraint. That's just not true either. What the fuck is wrong with them? This makes me really question physics, which I thought was supposed to be a really good physics engine. It's crazy. This makes me think even if I were to use physics, it probably doesn't support dynamic stair stepping. Rigid body character controller. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about stair stepping in rigid bodies. So even if I were to switch to physics, I think I would not be able to get this auto stepping functionality. You would probably be able to combine rigid bodies and dynamic bodies. I don't know how though. Anyways, that's kind of frustratingly stupid that they would do that. Okay. Back to this. I assume using naive raycasting for steps is janky. Yeah, it doesn't really work. I'm not yet delved into collision. I did spatial AABB. I will get into it later because it feels like it's one of the most complicated stuff in game dev. I think it's I mean, as you can see here from me switching to bullet physics, I think it's not worth doing physics yourself. However, it is useful to understand. Because, like, for example, I know how to do this. I know how to set up the character controller stair stepping because I understand kind of like how the physics pipeline works. But if you have a really simple game, like especially 2D, or especially things where you don't need rigid body collisions with other rigid bodies, then it can be very easy to do physics yourself, actually. Like 2D physics collisions is not bad at all. Yeah, right. Simple stuff for collisions, not physics. Yeah, that's correct description, I'd say. Okay, so here's my paracache. I have my dynamic object. I pass that into this guy, which I think wants a BT collision object, which is what he is. So now he can no longer collide with that. I'm going to create an up vector myself. Const this thing up. Isn't this how you do this in C++? I don't remember. BT vector 3. X, Y, Z. So 0, 1, 0. There's my up vector. So now negative up, I guess. Max slope cosine. Okay. I think it's in my interest to get gravity, to be honest. Probably. But can I? Yeah, I can. Maybe. I don't know how to go back. I don't know how to get the world from where I currently am. Yeah. There's probably a way. So this is a BT collision dispatcher. Maybe there's not. None of this has it. Dispatch info, maybe? What is this? Where do you exist? There you are. Okay, well, if this isn't easy to do, I won't do it. I just kind of, with this one line of code, I could support gravity in any direction, so I kind of wanted to do it. I don't know what a BT dispatcher is. It's not like I mind, but that could take, yeah, right, yeah. Right, making collision stuff does take a while. Where does this guy exist? Broad phase interface, maybe? Collision algorithm. Oh, all these things are just forward declaring it. This. Yay. maybe let me just try asking ChatGPT this. This is basically the only documentation for bullet I have. In bullet library, inside a random component, like a collision dispatcher, how would you get a pointer to the collision world? Dispatcher. It's in the dispatcher. BT collision. That doesn't look right. It lied to me. It lied. Unless it's like here or something. Fuck. Okay, well, I guess I can't do it. What third party live is this based on? Yeah, bullet physics. Bullet physics, except they pivoted like years ago. I don't know how long ago, 2 or 4 years ago or something, to be focused on being a Python library. And their Python library runs with a server hosted backend. So if you want to do bullet yourself, you have to use their source code, which I guess it has like almost no documentation for anymore. Very descriptive name, huh? Yeah. It's an old as fuck library. Just for the heads up. Yeah. It's old as fuck, but it's reliable, I think, and fast. They have a lot of examples. Do they have a lot of examples in C++? Or is it Python? I don't actually know. Wait, I have their library. Or did I cut the examples out, maybe? I think I deleted the examples then. C++? Oh, that's good then. Okay, well I can't get gravity, I guess. I'd have to pass gravity into this thing, and that's not what I want. So this is up. And then I'll say min dot is the dot product. Wait, how do they do it? BT cosine of radians. That's not what I want. I want the actual dot product. Okay, you do vector dot other vector. That's what I'll do. So, oh, it's right here. Up dot. Actually, I don't know. Okay, well, it's going to be like 0.5, probably. In fact, I already have something called isGround. It has to be greater than or equal to 0.7, so 0.7. Dropped to Discord? Oh, let me check. Kinematic or rigid body example. Kinematic, yeah, I know. You mean specifically because this is a kinematic thing? Oh, these are just all their examples. Yeah, that is a lot of examples. They don't, though, have a character example, do they? No. Oh well. Your stuff looks really impressive. There's a chance you could offer a better alternative to Godot, and you've been making your project like that, general purpose. It looks like you definitely have the capability. Not in the same way, because Godot and Unity and stuff is super focused on interface, like, you know, like it's an application. I plan to continue expanding on this, and I plan to make it a library. But most people that are doing game development don't work with just libraries. They work in the like Godot Unity interfaces. So I will probably make it a public library. And right now, my stuff is actually, at least my graphics is a public free library. And as I continue working on it, like a couple years down the line, I'm probably gonna do something with pricing it. I don't know what. Something like Fmod. But yeah, because I have like that. I have a really well written dynamic tree thing, which is extremely useful for games. And I'm gonna, in a couple weeks here, I'm gonna write a hopefully very optimized pathfinding library too. And all of those things in games are like, the solutions you can find are very bad. So yeah, but it won't be a GUI interface thing. Okay, where was I? This is the minimum dot product. So now I have to construct, just like they did. Where is it? Why? Oh, I copied that. That's... Wait, but it... I'm pretty sure... Why do they have 2 callbacks? I'm so confused. Okay, whatever. Maybe I'll end up needing that. So here's mine then. This insane name with my dynamic... Oh, I already did this. I'm getting too distracted. This is my dynamic object, this is my negative up direction, and this is my maximum slope cosine, which I think is equivalent to a dot product. But it says maximum. Maximum. I'm very confused. If it's maximum, it'd be like negative 0.3. I think just the variable name they use might have been incorrect, maybe. I guess I can look at what it's doing. Minimum. What? Okay, anyways, they're doing up. They're doing up dot normal, okay? So the up dot normal, if it's less than the minimum, so if that would be less than 0.7, you return 1. So that all actually makes sense. However, I'm passing in a negative up, and that's not right. So it's positive up. Go back to minimum. Jesus. Okay, thanks, that'd be great. The green face would probably be necessary to compete though. Yeah, I definitely would not actually compete. Doing something like that would just take up too much time. All I'm doing is just working on my libraries as I do game development and then uploading it. I would definitely not compete with them. It would if I did, it'd probably like go in the direction of Godot or something, and like that's a multi-person actual job. Not what I'm looking to do. So this is my ghost object, get the broad phase handle. I think I can call this from my dynamic object. Let me check. It should be in collision object. Except it is not. Okay, so what the fuck is this? Wait, it is. Broad phase handle in a collision object? Yep. I don't know what this is, but this is what they want. So this is what they get. Oh, it just has the group and mask in it. Okay. I watched the creator make his game. Wait. of the creator of what? I watched the creator make his game, and he has a GUI interface, but it's not Godot or Unity. It looks useful. I don't think he will release it. Creator, well, if I'm making a larger scale game than this, I would probably end up putting my editor inside my game or something. So I would have like a GUI interface, but yeah, it would be really bare bones and it would be specific to my game. I think what would be interesting to do is making some kind of level editor or some kind of like game editor that's generic and you can hook it up into your game, because that doesn't really exist. So instead of doing this Unity, Unreal, Godot stuff, maybe there's a way you could write like an editor library that hooks into your game somehow. John Blow? Ah, okay, yeah. I'm curious, why did you choose Bullet in particular for physics? It's free and it's reliable and fast. That's all. And there are Bullet WebAssembly compilations, I'm pretty sure. Dynamic character controller Bullet. Oh, let me look at this. Wait, no, I saw this. This guy lied. He lied to you. It's kinematic. And also it's bad. I did actually see this exact thing. See, when you get down to stair stepping, it says, this is where I've stopped for a long time. I actually found also some solutions, but none were perfect. Many had overshoot, so the character went higher than the real point with a camera attached to it. Yeah, he didn't actually get it working. I saw that article. Physics might be better. It might be. I looked into physics just now, though. Actually, so physics might... I wasn't using it because I associate physics with running on the GPU, which I don't want. But I don't think that's necessary. But also, I didn't think physics had WebAssembly bindings, but it turns out they do. So I could have used it, but physics also does not solve this problem of stepping up with a dynamic object, I think. Yeah, he took it from the witness, and in the witness took it from Braid. It has so many iterations. Oh, interesting. I mean, usually the stuff you do like that, like GUI level editors embedded in your game, are very specific to your game. So it would probably be very hard and messy to write one that's generic enough to have everyone use it. But just thinking out loud, it might be possible, and that would be a pretty interesting alternative to something like Unreal or Unity. Okay. Back to this. So I have my callback. I have to perform a convex sweep test. I think this way. I don't know how he gets this. I need this. I guess I'll pass this in then, right? Because I have no other way to get it. I guess so. What the sucky thing is, I'm pretty sure I do have a way to access this, but I don't know how. Let's see, if I actually cared to make this perfect, I would spend like 20 minutes finding out in all this interface mess of a shit how to access this without passing it in. So what you just say, oh, it's a discrete dynamic world. Do I care? No, I think it's fine either way. Just, it's already... Uh-oh. This is the memory of it, okay? It's already allocated. And then here, it gets constructed into that memory. So I can pass it in. This is okay to do as long as it does nothing with it. And I think it does do nothing with it. Okay, There it is. It's stuck there. And now, when you dispatch collision or whatever, wait. So bullet does not support stairs, so you will have to solve it yourself. I am in bullet. Bullet does not support stairs, and yeah, solving it myself is what I'm currently doing. That's what all this code is for. So I have to sweep test, but now I have gravity. I can get gravity. So I can say const bt vector 3 reference, I guess. Gravity direction. Probably just get gravity. What? What? Gravity. It's gonna be something in the library. It's called m_gravity, right? Okay. I thought it'd be in the interface, but it's not. Oh, this is what I want. BT dynamics. Okay. So then, let's go look here at the world data. Where is that? Wait, where is it actually? It's in the C++ file. Expect that. So it's a discrete dynamic. It's always a discrete dynamic. Okay, so I will trust that and I will pass that into my thing. That guy, that guy. Where's the rest of this? You. That's it. So you're gonna use bullet collision detection, but algorithm steps will be your own? Yeah, that's right. So they have a thing where you can, when you create your manifolds, and I'm gonna overwrite that, which I already did. This is the thing to create your manifolds. I already overwrote it, and it already works for the default case. So now I have to add extra logic in to say, when the thing colliding is a character, attempt to create a stair manifold, and otherwise default. Are you able to give away the Jai package with your game to allow us to try it? That's not the Jai compiler. Everything you need to make a game. No. Yeah, it's private for now. Yeah. I can compile it with Jai, and I can ship it with the exe of my game. I cannot include the Jai compiler. And wait till JBlo releases a game. He said then Jai will go public. Yeah, something like that. You can redistribute your code written in Jai. I don't think you can share modules. You definitely can't share the compiler. Yep, that's right. Okay, back to this. So now I have this data I need. And now I can get gravity. Discrete dynamics. Get gravity. Virtual, but surely it works. Yep. This is my gravity direction. So up direction is negative grads, not normalized. What do I do about that? I guess this is not a reference then. And actually, let's check what all it can do. This is the only function and it passes back not a reference. Okay, so I'm fine. I can probably say dot normalize bt vector 3. Normalize. Okay. Well, this should work, I think. Get your gravity direction back out. Constant something, whatever, and then Negative gravity direction is the up direction. You have your minimum dot. Okay. Now, convex sweep test. You mean in-game editor code? AMAS? I know the graphics one. Drew up that editor. Yep. Looks great. Waste it away. You can make your own. You could be the one that makes a public editor to compete with these things. Convex sweep test. So in the kinematic character controller, why is he doing this? Test a double fall height to see if the character should interpolate its fall. I don't understand why you would do that. Set double test for 2x the step drop to check for a large versus... Oh. This is some jank ass code, man. So what he's doing... So the first part of it allows you to step up. The second part allows you to step down so that you don't just fall off of stairs, you actually go down them. But then he doesn't want you to just step down a giant stair. So he has, I think that's why he has this part. So you can potentially go down half the distance if it's too far to go at once. Be easier for you to write yourself. Yeah, I agree. Something like that that's embedded in your game is easier for you to write yourself. Open sourcing everything is unfortunately not always a good idea. It's up to John what he'll do. Yep, I agree with that too. I'm kind of leaning towards kind of not open sourcing a lot of the stuff I do as it becomes better. That's why I said what I'll most likely do is add some licensing option to the things I make that become actually good. Like probably my graphics library 2 years from now will be good. That'd actually be interesting because they create a lot of mechanics. I think it's very tailored to that game. Yeah, those things are always like very specific to the games they're made for. It would be an interesting challenge to try and make one that's not, but I can only imagine it would not go well. This is basically what I need. Convex sweep test with my convex shape. Convex shape also doesn't exist. I think this gets passed in the constructor. Yeah. So I think it's in my interest to attempt to get my convex shape out of my object. That would make the most sense. Although, I'm in collision shape. This should be good enough. So you just say get collision shape. There's one more thing to test then. BT collision shape. Wait. All this should go in here. If it is dynamic. Where'd that S come from? Something's missing an S now. Get collision shape. So now, in a BT, I hate this code. There is something here, is convex. I think I can, just based on the names, I can probably use this function instead of doing dynamic cast or whatever, which would be better. If shape is convex, although... Shit. Should stair step. I'm back at this, is dynamic, and I don't know, man. Maybe I won't do that. I don't really want all these if statements though. Dynamic and get the stair height of dynamic is greater than 0. And you have a collision shape. And it's convex. Okay. So now I know all this stuff is true. I think I can just static cast this guy then. 2 BT convex shape, which, let me be sure, is a collision shape. Yes. Okay. I've only done both development code with things like Godot and your giving sensors like 10 times faster using Gary. That's physics, placement, dynamic. You wouldn't do setup of levels and things in code. You would do that with an editor. We got ray picking, you're halfway there with the editor, add UI for modifying transforms. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay. Might as well just stick this in this block, right? Same thing, I guess. It's already kind of an ugly piece of shit, so. Static, how do you do this? It's like this, and then you give it the pointer. I think this is how you do it. Okay. This one's questionable to me. I can call that here, maybe. Step height. Dynamic. I should have consistent names, so stair height. If you found a dynamic object, basically, get the stair height of it. And then if the stair height you found is greater than 0, then there you have it. Get your shape. I guess I could do that here too. BT. This one would be a collision shape then. Yeah. So all this stuff. And then if you found your collision shape and your collision shape is convex. There we go. Convex shape. There is your convex shape. Start and end I have to set up. So you can enter in the notes to a MIDI file as faster you play the instrument. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. No one, for things like that, like even I, when I'm editing my game level, I just use Blender. I would not ever type that into text, to like a text file. Make it think you can avoid understanding all the engine stuff, so I'm understanding it by yourself. Yeah, it depends on the type of game you're making. Some games lend themselves really well to using an engine, but typically I find those games are the not interesting games that fall within an engine really well. So those aren't the kinds of games I typically want to make. And then if you're making a game that doesn't align well with what an engine does by default, then it's not much harder if you know game development stuff to make the engine yourself. Dispatch info. Allow penetration, sure. Callback. Okay, so let's set up start and end. This is the part I think he did backwards. And I don't understand why he did this. But the fact that he wrote this code seemingly backwards concerns me a lot. M current position. Like, okay, what the fuck? Let's just see what this wants. Let's stop looking at his code. Let's go look at this. A transform. Okay, that helps. From and to. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. Okay. BT transform reference. This guy is my dynamic object. Okay, let's see. BT collision objects get transform. This. That should work. This one, let's set something reference, and my throat's dying. I mean, I kind of feel on the right path regarding learning game dev, but I feel like game design is something I should keep avoiding. That's quite important. Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't really know how to define game designing because I feel like I just would want to make a game that's fun. If you think you know what games are fun, then you know game design maybe, and you know, like, I guess there's also a difference in, I don't know, there's a big discrepancy, I think, also in implementing it yourself. Like, I think there's a lot of stuff people don't think about. But again, I feel like it's an ambiguous term for like a skill that almost doesn't exist or something. Game jams are good for practice, probably. Anyways, this is end plus up vector times. Is this right? This is where you're trying to step up to? Yes. This will be gravity dir. Normalize. Can I do this maybe? So first of all, this one is a reference again. Then this up vector is negative gravity dir normalized. So this is gravity. This is up. Okay, so start is end plus up times step height, stair height. Wait, that doesn't work. So the way he did it, he reconstructed. He constructed a new thing. He created some end transform. So I'll have to do that. Start set origin. Is that what you do? Set identity. So instead of set identity, I think you can say this guy identity. Don't want to do that. This is static, yeah. Get identity. That's what I want. So after that, you set the origin. Set the origin, set the rotation. To be honest, I don't want any of this actually now that I'm thinking about it. I want to copy my transform and then I want to add to the origin somehow. Returns the origin vector translation. It returns the basis matrix for rotation. Okay. Okay, this is not that bad. So I'm going to copy this guy then. So I'll change it again. This is end. And then set the origin of start to start get origin plus up times step height. That should work. To me, game design is my ability to convey experience I want to convey through the game. That makes sense, and that is hard to do. So that's probably a good perspective. Like understanding things why loot triggers are parameters. Yeah. I still don't understand why Steam can sell hats. I think though the problem with that argument, is that a lot of things I think even the people that implemented it didn't understand. You're talking about like understanding it at a low human level. I don't think people typically understand that. All that happens is they try something, it works, and then they keep doing it. And then other people see that thing worked and they do it. And they everything in life is just slowly iterated on and copied from predecessors. Literally everything. All art is even derivative of art that came before it. People that design websites and design logos copy other logos and change a little bit at a time. Everything is like that. I tried once where the game mechanic was terrible. I think that is something you have to dig for. Game jams are too short, as in you may get lucky. Typically, the thing I actually feel like most people are missing in their games that start out doing game development is just fun. They restrict everything too much. And so multiplayer games I typically make are kind of harder in a way because you have to restrict things. But if you make a game where you just let people go all out, it typically ends up kind of fun. Think about Vampire Survivors. But yeah. I mean, there's also advice not to work on one game for years if you want to be successful. Especially if you're learning, I think that's probably true. Okay, let's go back to this. Getting too distracted. From to, so start, end, result, callback, allowed, penetration. Start, end, callback. Okay, so now. How would I do this? This is basically the code I need. Ghost if and needs collision. I don't understand what this does. This is called multiple times though. Oh, what the fuck is this? Needs collision is if their collision group and filter mask collide. I am surprised this function doesn't exist somewhere else. I'll copy this too though. My function now. However, I'm just going to do like this. Body 0 thing and that thing is 0 and that and body 1 thing and that thing. To be honest, I'd be fine just returning this all at once. And then or a little bit of cleaning it. That. Okay, there's my needs collision function. So I think what I would want to do, hang on, I gotta bear back real quick, but I think what I would want to do is check that in this step, if you even need a collision. I don't know, because that might, okay, I'll bear it back in like a few minutes. I'll get a snack while I'm gone. Alright, I'm back. I think workplaces will actually adopt Jai once it releases. I think maybe smaller workplaces. The barrier to entry is that it doesn't have all the features that you want working in a large workplace. Like if you're working at a large company, your job is the hard part of your job is writing code where people aren't going to be stupid. Like you have to write code where the path of least resistance is something that makes other people do a good job. And that's not what Jai does by default. Jai makes it really, really easy to mess up if you're not a good programmer. But the thing that I think people, even a lot of Jai beta people don't realize is that there are ways through metaprogramming to set up Jai so that it has all those features that allow you to write code that prevent stupid people from being stupid. So that I'm just saying all that stuff combined makes Jai have a very high barrier to entry to be used in a workplace, even though you could do it. So let me keep reading. Thought this was made in Jai. Yeah, I'm writing bindings for bullet physics and I'm adding my own collision functions to bullet physics. So once this exists, it goes back into Jai. Yeah, using some students with bullet physics. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if I could like make decisions for some startup company, I would try to use Jai. And I'm sure if someone actually knowledgeable was arguing back about it, they would bring up all these points that like it doesn't have like safe pointers or whatever, smart pointers. And it doesn't have like Rust's memory checking. But you can do all that in Jai metaprogramming if you want to. Dang, ad came when you answered my Jai question. I still got another ads left. All right, let's see. So needs collision exists. Let's go back to what they did. This. So I think what I'm going to say is do that check right here. Unless, hang on. Oh, that's why you can't do it. Okay. You need to check that the thing you collided with needs that collision. Hang on, that's stupid as fuck. This is extremely fucking stupid. This has to be in this test. Like this. If me and hit collision object does not need a collision in C++ syntax, return 1. That's how it should work. It shouldn't even get included. Adds over. So basically, I won't repeat everything again, but basically that Jai is very easy to make mistakes in if you don't know what you're doing, and that will be a big turnoff for lots of big companies because the goal of working at a big company is to write code that prevents other people from making mistakes. However, Jai has a lot of stuff you can do with it with metaprogramming that would allow you to set up an environment where you can write that code. So the fact that people don't know that though will make it unlikely to be adopted. Isn't that the case with C++? Well, people are thinking that like more nowadays, but no, because the main thing is like smart pointers and constructors like RAII, all that stuff that kind of makes code really hard to work on also prevents stupid people from making mistakes, in my opinion, if you're the one writing it. Ghost object has contact response. I don't understand what this means. Let's go look. Where even is this function? What? Oh, collision object. Has, oh. Only checking for the ghost object, so like, that would be equivalent to dynamic. That doesn't make sense, but oh well. I guess I would go here. I'm not sure what the fuss about pointers. Don't remember having any problems with it because like, okay, with smart pointers, with unique or shared pointers or whatever, you can convey to other people that have no fucking clue what they're doing and have never seen this code before and are also stupid what it is you're trying to do. Like, they'll see a unique pointer and they'll be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't, I don't know, pass ownership of this somewhere or something because it, you know, something like that. So that's the idea, at least. That's how it should work. With Jai, with raw pointers, you kind of have to understand the code. Yeah, but it's competing with too many other things. Unless there's something like Unity Godot to go along with Jai, I don't think it's really widespread. We say look at it kind of. No, I don't know. You may be underestimating the usefulness of Jai. For anything, I'm talking about, like, the question was about large companies adopting it, I think, or the companies in general. It's way nicer to work in Jai than like any other language. Like, that's my experience with it. Metaprogramming helps with so many things. Okay, so no longer this. All you say. If it has a hit, that should be defined in closest convex result callback, which is a convex result callback. Has hit. If it's less than 1. Okay, good. That's what I was looking for. So what I think I'll do, maybe I can take their code. Wait, no, I can just get the hit value somehow. Let's go back to this. Closest hit fraction. Do I just literally just rip it out of here? I guess so. Okay, so T is callback closest hit fraction, and so your actual step height. We're almost done with like the logic of it. How would I describe this? This will be a step vector, which is a some const vt vector 3 step stair offset. I don't know. This is your up times stair height times t. That's what I think. So now, found stair. Can I print this like this? Maybe I'll do it. I'll do like this. I don't know what would happen if I try to do it otherwise. This should work. Let's try this out. So all that's happening is I do all this stuff. If it's dynamic and you want a stair, is that really how it should work? Because when you're jumping, probably. One other thing, so this is probably good to go. One other thing before I forget, in my actual client goblin, when I'm setting my stair heights, it'll be, if you're on valid ground, it's 0.4, and then I'll say something like, actually I don't really know how to do this, but it's something like your step height is going to be clamped between 0 and 0.4, and it's going to be based on your velocity. The maximum velocity, okay, ignoring this part, it's going to be, I don't actually know, 0.0001 or something. 0. Minus 0. So this should, shit. And then 1, and then times 0.4. Okay. This might not be the right value. Let's print falling velocity. Okay, so the goal is when you start falling, I don't really want you to have a step height. But then when you're falling fast, I do, because it's important when you're falling to try and step up off of the ground. But when you're jumping, you don't want to step on stairs because you will be able to make it up like little ledges you shouldn't be able to. But I wouldn't necessarily call it, wait, there's no competition, tries on a game and no competition, it shifts with modules, helping with stuff for game dev, yeah. What does it call that competition? You still have to write much of the engine code yourself. The bigger hurdle is going to be people to switch from what they're already using. Well, there are people that want to do this stuff themselves, and there are people that don't, so whatever. Modules are big help chest. Metaprogramming is absolute god level, yeah. Okay. This should do something. Let's try compiling now. It still is not going to step upstairs. I probably messed something up though. Let's see. Nothing is red. Oh yes, it is. Okay. Hurry up and crash. And gravity. This argument to memory function normalize has a constant vector as function is not marked const. Okay. So this is undeclared. I guess I import that. I don't need this one though. So wait, what? Oh, it needs it here because it uses something from it. I don't need multi-threaded, I just need this. It can go here too. And then that fixed that. Dynamic does need to be cast. So I have this collision type object, but actually I need a body handle, which is the same thing. This is the C version of it. Okay, so that should fix that, right? Yep, fixed. And then gravity. Why is their vector library so shit? So this just gives you back a vector 3. And then in BT vector 3, how do you normalize this? Returns a normalized version. Okay, so you want normalized, not normalize. Of course. That should probably do it. Did that fix it? Yep. Try again. wait, what? It already told me. Me is not defined. Okay. Me. Callback though. What is this? Oh. That doesn't work? Hang on. Okay. Too many. Oh, it's just, I think maybe it has to be up here. Is that my problem? The declaration is declared here. I don't think I declared it anywhere else. What does it want to do? Split into... No, I don't want to do that. I want it to be here. So what is it complaining about? This is a BT collision object pointer. That seems fine to me. Expected 1. Did I just... What? I think it thinks it's coming from this. Okay, I get it. But it's not. Callback. I might just try compiling. What if it's just not right? Needs collision. So it still thinks it's coming from that. Can collide. Okay, there we go. Fixed. You can't have names colliding like that. I guess because that function needs collision probably existed inside of some part of this thing's inheritance. I'm guessing that's what was happening. Very cool. Build finished. Now to Jai. Copy files and generate, and then... First of all, before I start this, and before I actually try and test this, I want to check that print statement. Okay, so my maximum negative velocity is something like negative 0.01. That's what I wanted to check. So wait, what? I'm getting distracted. Client goblin, negative 0.01. This will bring it up to 1.0 and then times 0.4. So that'll raise my step height. Okay. And then this thing is saying it found stairs. So it actually did find stairs, and it actually is pushing it up. It's interesting though that it seems to think it found like 15 stairs. That might be a problem. And every stair is a larger number than the last. That's also very odd. Okay, so let's try and figure out what's happening then. I think what I want to say for collision objects, I just want the address, which I think this will give me. Then also, Their height. Just print out some stuff in my good old C++ code. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen anyone join the beta in a while. 2 tracks and officials. Wait, what? Okay, let's see. This isn't printing anything else. Am I crazy? Maybe it's not finding anything to step up? No, that can't be it. Falling velocity. Let's get rid of this. I thought I did get rid of that. Huh. Okay, well, it's printing some stuff. Interestingly, after I am running on the ground like this, it kind of stops printing. It's not printing anything. Oh wait, yes it is. Wait, is it? Some part of this seems like it's not working. I'm also stuck. That seems to happen a lot. I think it has to do with my body deactivating, maybe? There it thinks it found a stair step. It's possible somehow 0.4 is not enough. I think what I'll try doing for now is saying always maximum stair step height is like 2, which is gigantic. This one doesn't matter. In fact, let's just get rid of it. It's still not doing it. Oh, okay, so wait, this is fine. That makes a lot of sense. So before I said it's finding larger and larger stairs every time, it's actually not. It's finding shorter and shorter stairs, I think, as it's moving you out of the object. Because I'm searching from top down. So the actual step height is 1 minus t. But I still don't understand why it's not actually finding anything. I can only assume it has to do with maybe like the manifolds and the contact points of the collision remaining, like persisting. And so when you hit the same object again, it doesn't have to dispatch the collision pair anymore. Maybe. Checking for stairs, but didn't find the pairs. Let's try that. You should publish this. Most impressive example, I think, is this of Jai. Are you talking about my C++ code? Like as a joke? I actually don't know. plus is pretty impressive. Checking for stairs, didn't find a hit. That really doesn't this game. Oh, thanks. I do plan to publish it. Okay, so when I jump on the ground, it finds a stair step, and this is like a respectable distance of stair. 0.09. Is this all Jai? Yeah, it's all Jai. Is the character just a basic worker? Yeah, he is. Character is a basic worker guy. I think it's actually maybe fair that you're not finding one when you're running along the ground. Okay, and that would be because of the manifold thing I talked about. So this is fine. As long as your single collision like persists between frames, I think the way the collision engine would work is that you would not have to dispatch a new pair, so you would not get the chance to stair step again. So this should get resolved as I move forward with this, because when I find a stair step, I will get rid of all manifolds and do it myself, which I guess is what I'm about to do right now. Even his own game is really just good artwork because I can even his own game is really good artwork because I can see it easily done in Unity. Oh, I see what you mean, like an engine. Yeah, thanks. So this seems to work. The way to resolve this now, so this is, let me push what I have. This is something happening at least, right? Get status. Okay. This is the next hard part. So given you have found a stair, you want to step up. Wait, I want to check one more thing. I want to check what happens when you run into the bridge. If that doesn't produce a stair result, then this is not good yet. You can't see in the background, but I can, and like the terminal is not doing it. I'll recompile this so it doesn't spam it a lot. And I'll also add something like object 1 or object 1, object 0. Okay. Copy files and generate the bindings. Try again. So running into the bridge doesn't produce a stair step, and I do not know why. Jumping does. Yeah. Running into the bridge does not. So even if I do the stair stepping, this will not end up stepping up the bridge. Easy done Unity main gamer art. Yeah, jumping does every time. This does not. I need to figure out why. This is important before I continue. Let's do this. If you found the dynamic object in this collision, but you're not actually doing a collision, not attempting a stair step because, and then we print a bunch of stuff. Shape doesn't really help me. I know it should exist. It's just kind of good practice that I checked for it is all. I don't think this is what's happening though. So really what's actually happening then is something with this guy. Standard, see out. Oh, wait, I maybe actually know, and this is a... I don't know. We'll see. This might be a problem. There'd be another way to solve it though. Okay. Found a invalid slope dot product of dot up. This I think is what's happening. So when you sweep down, okay, when you sweep down and you have a collision like this and it's getting the dot product of the hit, which is this, I don't know if this collision... Oh, I do know. Okay. Probably this collision corresponds to one of the two objects you pass in. Because if you think about it, the collision, the normal of the collision can correspond to either the character or the ground. So I think I'm most likely passing... Oh, but I can't decide which is which. Well, we'll check this then. We'll see what the dot product is. And then I'll also print... I want to take this code, XYZ. And this is this. I'll do a little bit more stuff. Skipping sweep because cannot collide. Because no contact response. Because it's myself. Why is that? Oh, whoops, I just fucked all this up. Okay. Build again. I bet you would... I don't think so. Is using complicated... This Pokemon game is a perfect game for Unity. Yeah, he has a... I think he has a really complicated... like systems in his game that operate together in various ways, and that... I think the vast majority of his game is probably stuff that you wouldn't get any benefit. Unable to copy. Huh? That's the first time I've seen that. Let me go delete that manually. I don't think you could do Unity. I don't think you could use Unity to do all those mechanics. You'd have to write it yourself. That's why I mentioned C#. Okay, back to this. Fat Goblins server bullet. Let's get rid of these. It actually makes sense that it's not letting me copy it. Try again. I stopped the server. Wait. Maybe that has always happened and I never noticed. Started the server. I optimized my server code last night, my login server, and sometime soon if I have time, like if I finish the physics early, I'm gonna go set up an auto scaler for my backend, so it'll automatically spin up new instances based on server load. I think that will kind of be a fun project. That might be a weekend project. Okay, nothing new has happened when I ran into this bound stair. That's... It just keeps saying finding stair. It's like it's not even printing. Is it? it just goes. I watched a couple. Oh wait, I watched a couple of stream, and it was hard to imagine how to make all those characters work together, but they do. Yeah, I don't always watch enough of John to be able to understand that, so I couldn't answer anything about that. But this, I don't know why this is not working. It was copied. Add single result. What's it complaining about? Prefer using override. Whatever. I think this is rarely happening. I think that will be my next attempt here. Let's do this. I can't do that. Somehow performing collision without a dynamic object. This is like a sanity check. But what I think is happening is this function just almost never gets called. But now, one of these things should print. I guess also you could not have a hit, but that, to be honest, this doesn't make any sense to me. Let's... Has a collision, pair it without a hit. Okay. This, what I want to do next, initializing. What did I just fuck up? Oh, that's just a warning. Okay, whoops. Anyways, good night. See you, Google Spy. Have a good night. Copy files, ignoring the server. Somehow, oh, it's laggy now. Somehow performing collision without a dynamic object. That makes me very suspicious. I want to look at what my two objects are then. This is object 0, this is object 1. And I kind of want more data if object 0 I want to know the internal type and is static or kinematic. And same for object 1. Let's look at you. This is surprising to me that it's ever getting here because like I only have in my game this one dynamic character object and a bunch of static objects. That's all that exists. So just frustrating to see as a power tool that can be used. I don't think it's as flexible as you think it is. You're talking about his in-game level editor thing? Wait, I built it. I have to copy the files and generate. the in-game level editors are typically very intertwined with your game code in like a bad way. That's usually the argument against them. Oh my god. Okay, wait, I just need to go get on the ground. Okay. 2, 1. I guess let's go try and figure out what that is. When you get the internal type, it can be potentially of a rigid body, which is 2. So it did in fact find a rigid body. However, it found 2 rigid bodies. Okay, I should not have printed it this way, I realize now. These are different. These are different pointers. That is weird as fuck. What is happening? Need a space, first of all. How the hell do these exist? What even is this? I'm so confused. Like... It's possible... No, that can't be it. Yeah, Wait, but then is static or kinematic? Hang on. Okay, wait. It's a rigid body, but it is also static or kinematic. That's what's happening. Yeah, your game too. No, your game. You're talking about my game? Wait, what are you talking about? What would you mean like my engine? This and kinematic or static exists. Okay, so it's trying to, for some reason, perform collisions between 2 static objects. Maybe it has a reason for doing that. I don't understand what it's doing. I'm gonna assume this happens so much. What the fuck, man? Maybe this just happens. Maybe it just generates manifolds for every overlapping object in the game, and then if they happen to be static, then it doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. It's trying to create manifolds for 2 static objects. Well, I don't even know what to do about that. I see such a nice game, but out of reach every stream here anyone can do. Using available tools they are using. I don't exactly know what that means. I mean, most of the stuff I wrote for my game is actually on my GitHub, but once, like I said, once it gets better, I'm probably going to do some type of license for it. But it's just like, I think the stuff I'm writing is just not of quality yet, where there's any reason for me to do that. I don't know what to do about this. This is really weird to me. Maybe I'll go look at the collision dispatcher. So by default, when you dispatch all collision things, all overlapping pairs from the pair cache, this thing so far has no care if it is static or not. Where is this function? This guy. You process the overlap. And if it returns something, which I know for a fact it does not, then you remove the overlapping pair. It makes me so concerned that it says if this, then remove overlapping pair. When this, if you go into the code and look at it, it cannot return true. Maybe there's another dispatch all collision pairs. Collision dispatcher. I don't know. I think I might ignore this for now. Go back to stair stepping. So I am gonna ignore these things that are static and kinematic. I don't know why they exist and have collisions. But that should automatically skip this because dynamic is not found in that case. Yep. And then it goes into here. Okay. I might be messing something up. I really don't believe it's possible for two static objects to collide. So the fact that I'm getting this data back is just very concerning to me. How about this? Okay, I have an idea. I can debug this a little bit further. With any object in the game, yeah, with any object in the game, I can call this function get stair height of CBD body handle of object 0 and object 1. So that will tell me if it has a stair height, it's a player. That's all there is to it. Has to compile it all again. It's crazy that I'm pretty sure my game code is more complicated than bullet physics now in terms of like files and stuff. And my game compiles this fast. Done. Thank you, Chai. Okay, it's printing a bunch of stuff you can't see. So hang on, let me touch the ground at least. Touch. Isn't it supposed to be, oh, 0, 0, 0. Okay, so all of these are valid. I mean, valid as in static. That's crazy. I don't understand what's happening. I bet this is an area of potential optimization. I'm gonna put that in the to-do. In the collision dispatcher, all overlapping static objects seem to be getting dispatched as potential. Maybe can disable these to optimize them. Okay. So what I've learned is that actually this is basically valid. So I don't have to print that as all. So the next thing I want to do The sweep doesn't seem to me like it's actually working. Let me compile again and try again. What I expect to see is has a collision pair without a hit over and over and over. That would be good if that's what happens. I also might be constructing my transformation matrix wrong, I'm realizing now. As a collision pair without a hit. Over and over and over. Yep. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is move my end to be like this. Set origin and get origin minus up times stair height. So basically the actual origin of the, or I don't know how to say it, the center of this thing is this. Yeah, so they can both be this. And then end gets up subtracted from it, start gets up added to it. Okay, so what I'm concerned about is I'm just getting the origin of this. I'm setting the origin to these values. This might not be right because I'm manipulating a transform. Start get origin to. This still won't tell me for sure if I'm right or wrong, but this could print out something I don't expect. Okay. Star height. Whoops. Wait, stop. Okay. Found stair. 1.0. Okay. This is relevant. I kind of understand what's happening then. From origin is a reference? Oh. Oh, it's just printing like the struct reference or something. I guess I will fix that, but this isn't really the problem anymore. X. Y. Z. One more time. Wait, what? It's mad at me? Oh, they're methods. Whoops. All right, I just want to check that print thing before I go on. I should see that the start is somewhere up high. That's good enough. The start, trying to sweep from this guy, 0.4, and this should be exactly the same, except this is much further into the ground. Okay, got it. So then, here's what's happening. This is, the length of the sweep vector is 2.0. It found a stair that's trying to step me up 0.98. Okay. If it's anything less than 1, it's not actually trying to step me up. I don't understand why this is happening. But basically, because I'm currently on the ground, so typically in physics engines, your convex shapes have like a padding around them. I forgot what they call that. And I think it's to prevent the thing from, I forgot, but it's like, it's to optimize it and make it not collide over and over and over and regenerate things over and over and over. So there's like a little bit of padding to your shape. I think that's what's happening, is my padding is probably 0.02. Which that's fine in the case where I'm on the ground. But when I run up to the bridge, I should get a number that's more than 1.0, and I don't. In fact, wait, one of these numbers was really tiny. Yeah, I don't think I can just keep scrolling through this. I don't think it existed. So, okay, I would only want to step up. Maybe here's what I do then. If callback has hit, I have my T value, which now callback like always has a hit. So if T is less than 1, I actually won't put anything. So we'll say if T is maybe greater than 1, bounce there. Okay, rebuild. So trying to sweep, it's finding an intersection at something like 0.98, and then when I run into the bridge, yeah, nothing happened. This is where I stopped moving, because I hit the bridge. Well, I think this is a relatively reasonable thing I'm doing. So it's very surprising to me that this is not working. So let me go look at, there's a couple things I want to look at. First, I want to look at this collision dispatcher, which I'm overriding. BT collision dispatcher. See what it implements, because, okay, maybe let's also look at a collision configuration real quick. Get persistent manifold collision algorithm. None of this matters. Double dispatch contact points. So what I'm thinking is that there might be something I should override before where is it? Before dispatch all collision pairs. I think there might be something like maybe this, get new manifold. This might not be the right function. Dispatch all collision pairs. Needs collision. I bet this is supposed to be used. Default near callback. By default, it will use this near callback. Oh. And that uses needs collision. Okay. And the way they do all this stuff is insane to me. Like when you dispatch all collision pairs, it calls this thing in the pair cache, but it passes a dispatcher into it, and I'm pretty sure, so the dispatcher has a collision callback, which has dispatch info, and this And I think this calls default near callback, which then calls need collision. Insanity. Yeah, get default near callback from the dispatcher, which is this entire class. God damn, that's insane. But that is also what I'm doing. So I was concerned earlier about the static collision thing, how static objects are colliding. It's immediately taken care of, it looks like. Because I'm calling get near callback with this dereference to a reference. And this will automatically check needs collision, which will automatically like basically cancel out of this thing if it's static or whatever, I think. Okay, Jesus. Anyways. Needs response. Ignoring that. Is that used, I wonder? No. Release manifold, get new manifold of two objects. How does this get used? It does not show me yet. So when you use the collision algorithm, which is used somewhere, if it finds a thing and it needs a collision, it doesn't do anything. It just immediately gets a new manifold. I feel like I'm kind of starting to understand this whole library more. So this seems to me like actually what I want. Because this creates the persistent manifold. I don't understand though why that manifold. So maybe I still don't understand why, even though it's creating this manifold, when you dispatch the manifolds, it cannot sweep to find it, to find the collision. It's like maybe if it can resolve it in one frame, it does before it dispatches. That's probably what's happening. Relative contact breaking threshold. Oh my god, there's so much shit here. Okay, so get new manifold between two objects. I'm gonna override this. This is my function now. So where am I? What is this? Okay, that's what it returns. Override. This is my code, so I'll actually write override and not virtual. And then I'm not gonna do this. Here's my thing. So this takes, I don't really care about the pair cache or anything. This is expecting a manifold though back out of it, but that's fine. I can do that. This is probably what I need to override. Okay, so I have my two objects, which are B0 and B1 now. So basically, all this same shit happens. I'm gonna comment this for now. I'll comment it. Yeah, I'll just do it that way, whatever. All the same shit happens. Dynamic and shape. OBJ0 just goes to B0. I'm also much much more comfortable working in an environment where I can create my own manifold when I need to instead of editing an existing manifold. So this doing it in this file makes a lot more sense to me. The new manifold, you get your dynamic object if you can find it. If you found it and you want to respond to the collision, and it's convex. All of this should work. Then you sweep, try and get a callback, and say you found a stair. Otherwise, I guess say found not stair. The thing is, okay, this is probably still okay. I'll do the same thing. This is probably okay, but return. How does this work then? You do super get new mana. Isn't this how this works in C++? I don't even remember. I mean, if it can compile, then good for it. Kisma was doing something similar with manifolds on his stream earlier. Do you know what? And do you know what library he was using? I really doubt he was working on a stair stepper though. But if he was, and he was using, okay. Okay. What did he complain about? Cannot convert from collision object pointer. Oh, got him. Yeah. Static cast. I mean, to be honest, I could just make this const, right? I don't have to const cast anything. Probably. But then does this mess up? Sweep test? Dynamic. Cannot convert between fucking... This one is more of a problem. How does const cast work? I don't actually remember. Const cast equals us. Target type. Okay, so it's just this. V0. This is what you're supposed to do, right? This is probably the right way to do it. Okay. Initial, that's not it. Super is not, uh-oh. Is it like that? Okay. So it was call parent function from child. I don't remember how to do any of this stuff. Base. So I say then BT collision dispatcher. I was almost right. Yeah, stop complaining. Yay. Copy the files and generate. Okay. It's going to do all this stuff. The stuff's going to do absolutely nothing, but it's going to print some information to me. Found not stair. Uh-oh. This is not working at all. In fact, it's not even like ever happening. I think... I didn't know Java was ready for production. Yeah, I would argue it probably is. I think what's happening... I think I understand what's happening. And this might be a really hard problem to solve. Or maybe not. I think what's happening is it creates one manifold on my character, and then like the name implies of it being a persisting manifold, it keeps it, and it keeps updating it. So I might want to just delete all manifolds every frame. I think that might force it to recreate a new manifold every single frame, which could result in really bad behavior, maybe. What's the general paradigms it follows if may I ask? Jai, you're asking about? It's, I mean, it's like a better version of C. And then it focuses, I guess, on metaprogramming, so you can do stuff at compile time, basically. And I think what John tries to do is make all parts of the language he writes usable by as many other parts as possible, like interoperable. So if you have a run command that does something at compile time, then you can use that compile time information in other things that expect compile time information. So everything, most things that you would want to work together do work together. I guess that's how I would describe Jai. Clear manifold. So I might just clear every manifold. Metaprogramming as in generics. Metaprogramming as in programming things that modify your program, I guess. So you do use it in place of generics sometimes, yeah. I'd say that qualifies maybe. But so like the base of it, I think how it started maybe, is that you use a Jai program to compile your own Jai program. And that also allows you to intercept all type checking information and modify things as it's compiling. And there's also stuff in Jai that goes further than that, where even in the code, you can do stuff like constant value is run of like this or something, do stuff. So this is like metaprogramming, and it gets way more complicated. You'll have to look up more examples. I have maybe this shows it a bit. I have a serializer that does all this stuff in metaprogramming, and it basically, at compile time, for everything you want to give it, like this is a template, it like predetermines at compile time how to serialize and deserialize it. So that's a lot of metaprogramming stuff happening. Okay, I'm gonna try to overwrite this. I do not know what I'm doing at this point. I don't know what I'm doing. So what I'm gonna say, if you found a dynamic object, I'm gonna process it. Let's get rid of all this now. And then remove it. So in the kinematic character controller, let's see how he removes manifolds or whatever. Step up. How does he do it? I don't see him doing it. Not this, right? Not this. Needs collision, sure. Deposition, sure. Step down. I still don't see where he is removing manifolds. This. Interesting. Remove an overlapping pair from the cache. Clear pair cache. Get your cache. While your size is greater than 0, you just keep removing overlapping pairs at 0. With these two proxies and this dispatcher. I could do that, I guess. I don't know if that's the right way to do it. So that's the only time he ever calls it. Damn. Pair cache. Collision pair. I swear to God, I remember some code that did this. In fact, I saved it. This is it. For the pair array, oh, I probably got it from another file. Wait, but this doesn't remove it. Remove overlapping pair. This is it, I guess? Oh, okay. I do have to call into the cache though. So the cache is a pair cache. Remove overlapping pair. From this current pair, proxy 0, proxy 1, and dispatcher. That's probably right. Don't know what the fuck this dispatcher is though, or why it's called this way. Like, isn't this thing I'm using the dispatcher? Dispatcher. Damn it. I hate having to follow all this inheritance to get my answer. You. Dispatcher. Move overlapping pair. That doesn't help. You. Okay, yes, this does help. So the dispatcher you pass in is whatever goes into this, which is this guy. Dispatcher is BT dispatcher. And this gets called from here, which is dispatch. So when, okay, and this is the method I'm writing over. God. I think people that write code like this hate themselves. So that's what I pass in, that dispatcher. I don't know why, but that's what I do. And I don't know if I need to process it. I'm going to try not processing it, but I think my object's going to fall out of the sky. So that'll be interesting. So yeah, let's try this now. I think that's a reference. Yeah, it is. Okay. Copy files, generate. Boom. I see you using both Jai and C++. What is the common ground? 132 API, C header files, IPC. Oh, I did fall through the ground, as expected. Okay. Good. I fell through the ground. So for writing bindings like this, I guess it just communicates with the DLL or lib. I'm not the best person to ask these questions. I hate this kind of stuff. But for Jai in general, yeah, there's a bunch of bindings in the module folder for Win32 API and the Nix API. And then John and team, I guess, made, wrappers around these things to make them kind of operating system agnostic for the most part. So I do need to process this before I remove it, I think. So that's my understanding of it. That's how it works. So like this is some C++ library, bullet physics, and I wrote a C wrapper for it just to make it a little bit easier. And then I'm sticking it in Jai. And this generator thing is also a built-in Jai module. Everything is just modules. It's very nice to generate bindings kind of automatically. Okay, that didn't work. That's a little bit concerning. Is this not something I can do? I don't know what to do here. I'm just gonna process it and then increment by 1. This is starting to become harder than I had planned. So now it should go back to working as it's supposed to, but it still will not attempt to even climb upstairs at all. Okay. This is what I expect. And here, found not stair. Some of these are not right. Oh, from 2 to -2? Okay, sure. Actually, I might be misunderstanding this. No, maybe not. Wait, what even is this? From 2 to -2? Wait, this one makes a lot more sense. Okay. So the actual distance it's trying to sweep is a distance of 4. It's very weird to me that it keeps finding something right around 1.0. Am I going the wrong way, maybe? There's no way, right? It's because what's happening is... Let me open Photoshop. This will help me understand too. If I'm going the wrong way, that could explain a lot. Okay. This is my ground. This is my default character, cylinder. This is my origin. So I should be sweeping from like 2.0, which is like up here, down to 2.0, which is like down here. So his origin should get moved up here. So when it sweeps, the distance, the t value, should just about every time be 0.5. But my character height, okay, let me go look at my character height. I think my character height is maybe exactly 1.0. This would explain everything. Maybe. This would explain everything, but I doubt this is the problem. My character height looks like 2.0. It is like exactly 2.0. My character height is 2.0, so actually it's exactly lined up with this. So that's what should happen. So I want to print this stuff again. I want to put this stuff back here and print again. Yeah. Let's get rid of this, put this all back. Not this part. This should be okay. Oh wait, but then I'm never incrementing. It's just gonna freeze. So I plus equals 1. Right, I'm never incrementing. Yep. I think, okay, I think what's happening, I think I do understand this. When you perform a sweep test, it wants the start and end of the sweep, but it actually is expecting you to put in the data backwards, maybe? I don't know. Let's just try it first. The output will tell me more. Oops. Okay, so let's go check this out. Performing sweep from blah 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 to blah blah blah. Trying to sweep. I'm confused. It says trying to sweep over and over, but it isn't saying it found a... oh, whoops. I needed to print one more thing. Found not stare. Nope. Stop. Get rid of that. Okay. .51. I need to find maybe the part where I jumped in onto the ground. Okay, this I think I jumped. Had a collision pair without a hit. That would mean I jumped. And then you found a stair at a very high number. So having something greater than 0.5 means it is not a stair. So for it to be a stair, it has to be less than 0.5. Am I right about that? But then I think I am right. I jumped, I land, but then I would expect to go through the ground and I don't. I guess I jumped again, I land a little bit through the ground and then back to 0.51. Okay. So now I've corrected this, I am fairly sure. So yeah, this does not actually explain my problem. I thought it was going to be the opposite. I thought it was going to be anything greater than 0.5 is a stair. Hmm. This isn't exactly right. So this is the stair step, whatever, and then it's a less than 0.5. So you need this to be, I think, a positive value, and t is less than 0.5. So 0.5 minus t. Why doesn't it like that? Whatever. Not that it works. I don't know why I bothered fixing that. Trying to sweep again, not printing anything. Not that you can see, but here it is. When I jump, sometimes it printed something, right? Found not stair. Why is it even telling me that? Oh, this is from above. This is from adding a new thing. Yeah. This is the same logic though. 0.5 less than 0.5. That's not helpful though. I'll build one more time and then I'll try to run as the bridge. The bridge is the ultimate test because it doesn't work. Bridge, running into the bridge did nothing. Yep. So definitely it's maintaining its manifold, and I don't understand how or why. That doesn't make any sense to me. I might be a attempt to consult ChatGPT angle. This is a kinematic not me closest callback thing, which is up here. If any of this stuff happens, which I've never seen it happen. Actually, no, I've never seen this print anything. Adding single result. Pretty sure this is gonna spam the fuck out of me. But we'll see. I need to be sure this is actually getting called. Trying to sweep found stair. Trying to sweep found stair. Uh-oh. Trying to sweep from thing to thing. If it found a stair, that means it found a result. So I'm confused. The callback has a hit, and this is my callback, and I made this, and it's not getting called. Well, for one, yeah, I don't understand why. Okay, let's look at what convex sweep test is doing. Also, I gotta shut my window. It's very bright, I can't see. Okay, convex sweep test. What do you do? Something here might not be working, and that would maybe hopefully explain it, but almost definitely not. Result callback is what I care about. Only perform the raycast if filter mask matches. Needs collision. I guess I'll add some printing into this guy. The AV encompasses angular movement. Object query single. Ray ABB using a convex. Is that not this function? Object query single? No, it's add single result. Because then this passes in the result callback, and this probably does that. This result callback passes it into internal, which also has a result callback, and then local convex result. God. I think maybe I need to set the allowed penetration. Wait, that could very easily be it. Oh, that's probably it, maybe? Okay, first of all, where did that thing go? I don't understand why add single result is never happening, ever. But it's still getting data back out. So something is not right. Maybe what's not right is that this guy is a reference? Does that make sense at all? I'm doing something really similar to what is happening in the kinematic character controller though. Take your callback, pass into convex sweep. Yeah. Not me, so I'll call it. This isn't something that exists, right? No, this is the new name. I don't know if it's a name issue or what, but this is the new name. This, and then it seems to check into needs result or something. Is this needs collision if the collision group and mask collide. I think that's fair. Yeah, it's obviously colliding because it's returning a fractional value, so. Well, anyways, that's one thing. So then the other thing here is when you do this sweep test, I want to print this just because I'm curious. Allow the penetration is... This is in the new manifold though. The most important thing is this one, the dispatch all manifolds. So I think I'll have to change this to 0. Let me change it now. Yeah, that's true. I renamed it. So it was doing the right one. How was it never calling my thing? That doesn't make sense. Wait, what? But... oh, this is up here. Callback? Sweep? Where is it? There. Okay, lagging. Allow penetration 0.04. Okay. Adding single result. Okay, so it does actually do that now. Skipping sweep because now it's printing all this stuff. It was somehow related to the naming, the name overlapping with it. That's crazy. Allow penetration, adding single result. So I can get rid of all this now. That was probably very relevant. That was probably preventing a lot of stuff from working correctly. Penetration is 0.04. Adding single result. Skipping sweep. Adding single result. Okay. Good. Trying to sweep. It doesn't tell me what the result is or where this is coming from. Trying to sweep. Yeah, I'll say new, and then there's also trying to sweep dispatch. This should remove the spam quite a bit, what I just did. Okay. Found invalid dot product. Okay. I think dispatch. I think this is very relevant. Okay. I'm not entirely sure how to do this. This is one of the problems I thought it was at the very start, and I never got to this point. This is why I added this thing. Found an invalid slope dot product of dot up. This is the dot up. So this is almost pointing to the right. It's pointing to the right and up. And this is the vector. Wait, this is pointing to the right and up. Okay. This is right, I think. This might be the bridge. There's a good chance this is the bridge I'm colliding with. Found stair. That one doesn't really matter. So when you get, okay, I need to look at what local convex result is. Basically, my theory here is that it's giving me a normal in the wrong direction. And that is actually a very, very hard problem to fix. But of course, I don't actually know if that's what's happening. So local hit normal local. Refusal callback. Normal in world space. It's the rotation of it, the basis times the local. Okay. Like if you sweep let me get rid of some of this stuff. Found invalid, ignoring all of that. Actually, I don't need to. Found stair. I do need to have some epsilon, it seems like, because this is obviously not a stair. But it, yeah, okay, we'll have some epsilon value. Where is that? In fact, this is the dot product, but what's the penetration? I guess I don't know. Like, I wonder if I were to put this back, so where I put 0, instead I go back to vision world something something, I don't remember at all. How much do I have to undo to find it? There it is. Hit dispatch info, allow CCD penetration. And redo. Okay. Get dispatch info, allow CCD, allow CCD. Okay. I'm gonna try this again, because the one that found the potential bridge was invalid slope dispatch, trying to sweep from dispatch, allow penetrations 0.04. Let's see if I fix that issue separately. Initializing warning error, BT dispatch info does not have, yeah, that's probably a dot. Oh, it's right there. Okay, what was I looking for? Forgot what I was doing. I wanted to see, oh, if it can find the stairs. Yep, invalid dot product. Okay, that does work. I'll leave it like this then. This seems more correct to me. Let's get rid of that. And let's go put that here as well. Although this one seems like I don't need this at all, maybe. I'll leave it though. So basically, the remaining problem at this point is when I do this, I find an invalid dot product, which makes sense. I don't know how to explain to this thing that when it sweeps, the result of the sweep, I want to come straight back out the top. Like, I think it's doing this sweep, and then I don't know how it's calculating the dot product, but it's not right. maybe I can import this guy and take a look at maybe what's happening. This is what I'm colliding with. Something like this. All of these values should be pointing enough up. But when I collided with this guy, it said found invalid slope dot product of. It doesn't make sense to me. This is the dot product. This is the world normal XYZ. This doesn't make any sense. Because it's not only pointing to the right or up or something, it's actually pointing a little bit up. This is like forward or backwards, and this is like a left. So the direction it's trying to go in when I hit this thing is like that way or something. Could be something else. I don't know. I don't really have a better test. Maybe I do though. One other thing I'll maybe do right now. When I create the dispatch info, which should happen here. Dispatcher, whatever. Collision config. I think that should be a part of this. Yeah, it probably is. It's probably in this. Convex penetration depth solver. Default penetration depth solver. That I might want to look at too. Convex penetration depth solver. Where does this exist exactly? Oh, here, really? No. Dispatch info. Don't know where it gets this from. This is my dispatcher. Impact. Use EPA true. That's probably fine. Oh, continuous collision. Okay. I don't know. Ah, there we go. You have it. Get dispatch info. Okay. God. How are you supposed to figure this shit out, man? So, after I create this thing, this get dispatch info allowed CCD penetration gets set to I'm gonna set like 01 for now. 001 to do. Okay, that'll help a little bit. Now, the other thing I said I might want to look at when I was looking at all this stuff, what was it? It's the something solver. Penetration depth solver. This. Yep. Change collision. Okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to edit this file because I know this is going to be incredibly complicated. The problem is this, I think it's just going to solve it in whatever direction is the most simple for it. Guess vector. Now that's just the start. The other option they had was a Voronoi simplex solver. That doesn't sound right to me. No. Okay, time for a little bit of ChatGPT. In Boolean physics, when you're performing a sweep test, and it finds a hit. How do I word this? The resulting hit vector is not resulting hit normal is not necessarily the actual normal of the triangle of the intersection. What would you call that? Of the collision object. Intersecting collision object. Is it? When you perform a sweep test and detects that the resulting hit normal may not necessarily be the actual normal of the triangle on the collision object, but the hit normal provided by the sweep test typically represents the direction of the surface normal at the point of collision, but this is a generalized result and may not always align perfectly with the exact normal. The sweep test often uses an approximation to quickly determine if a collision occurs. It's a way to perform a sweep test that will return perfect collision results. I could implement a custom collision algorithm. Like I have an algorithm to do this. I don't want to rewrite it in C++ though. Oh, so when you find a hit, oh, this is its suggestion. When you find a hit, then you go through the mesh and you get the point and you find the normal that way. That's not a bad idea. That's not that bad of an idea. How about this? I can check one more thing. Maybe I can find docs for this. That would be arguably better. Convex sweep test. Bullet docs almost don't exist, but maybe I can find something if I really try. Performs a swept convex cast on all objects and calls a result callback that allows several queries. First hit, all hits, any hit. 10 Raiders by Bound Dragon. Thanks, man. How's your stream? I'm doing some horrible physics stuff at the moment. And I will be doing this for today and probably tomorrow and probably the next day. I'll show what I'm doing real quick. Hey, good, thanks. Was a short one. How's it going here? So we are updating finally to use bullet physics, which may have been a mistake because I knew this would happen, but I had to set up a bunch of custom functions. Like for example, I have this callback thing that lets you get the contact points. And so I'm the two major things in my game that my physics engine did is get all the current collision normals on an object, and then stair stepping. Stair stepping is very hard to do in collision engines, especially because I don't want to use a kinematic object. I will not use a kinematic object. So I have to stair step with a rigid object, and it's hard. Bullet physics, as far as I can tell, almost no one has done this in bullet physics, but it should be possible. So this method exists. I can jump again correctly because we have on ground. So I'll show my game real quick. But now I'm trying to stair step. So the theory here is I have my own collision dispatcher. So you can see the game works. I can run around, but I do not go up the bridge. And it's laggy because I'm spamming stuff. But the theory is, my theory, I have my own collision dispatcher that overrides the methods to dispatch a new collision and to dispatch all collisions. And this should happen while the objects are overlapping. So I can detect when you're colliding with the stairs, I can get the overlap, I can perform a sweep test going down to the ground to find the hit vector of the sweep. And that should give me if the thing you hit is ground, and if so, I can pop you back up. That's the goal. What have you used Bullet what have you used before Bullet? I wrote my own physics library before Bullet. This is what you can do if you have PhD. I do not have a PhD. In fact, I feel like college was kind of totally useless. So that's what's happening. A bunch of complicated physics stuff. But the problem is, Bullet's like a well-written library, but also kind of a piece of shit. And the sweep test is, I think, approximating the result. I think it's just doing the sweep. I don't know how. I think it's just doing the sweep, and then it's somehow getting me back a t value from the sweep. I don't understand how it's doing that. I have to look into that. So that's not what I need though. I don't know. Anyways, the real problem right now is, as you can probably see, when I ran into the stairs, found an invalid dot product slope. So I'm colliding with the stairs. What is this value? this is what I'm colliding with, right? The stairs you just saw. And I think it's giving it to me from the perspective of the character. So the dot product is pointing slightly up and to the left, I think is what's happening. So we can maybe check. Actually, I should have checked already. I don't like Bullet at all. Would rather write my own. Well, that was definitely my thought process going into it. Bullet kind of fucking sucks. But Bullet is way more... My library compared to Bullet is way less efficient, unfortunately. I could probably write it to be better, but then I decided it's hard. So, but yeah, Bullet's actually kind of a piece of shit. So we'll move this up 0.13. That's Z. Okay, and so this is kind of tricky because to flip the coordinates properly into my game, you swap these and negate this one. So this value should be positive Y. Okay, so yep, it's colliding with this surface, even though I performed the sweep test going straight down, so you can see, trying to sweep from this thing at 1.8 to the exact same position at negative 2.1. So and it's finding only this surface. I wonder if it's finding anything else and not reporting it. That could be maybe a thing. That would be good, because that surface is like definitely invalid that it's finding. What's the chance it's actually also finding the correct surface? That could be maybe. That would be something good. Found maybe correct surface. So yeah, unfortunately for today and the next few days, maybe I'm also working in C++. I would rather have correct, at least what I expect, rather than efficient. I kind of agree with you, and that was also why I wrote my own physics library, but for one, doing rigid body on rigid body collisions is actually hard. And it basically will not be correct, actually. Like, everything you do with that, you're using kind of something least squares-ish to try and resolve all the constraints at once. So it's already basically not perfect. And then my game has to support bots in the near future, and bots have to have physics. And my physics step for one character was taking like 0.1 seconds or 0.1 milliseconds. So if I have like 16 bots, that's like 1.6 milliseconds or something. I don't know. It's like, it was taking way too long. It might have been even more than that. Let's check this. Actually, I'm just curious. Let's also just check him up. So I can't have a non-efficient physics library. My library, though, also only used convex shapes, which made it way less efficient. Oh, I mean, only convex, like not simple shapes. Everything was convex point clouds. Undeclared identifier. Whoops. But I mean, if I can't get Bullet working, I might switch to physics, and if I can't get physics working, I might switch back to my library. But if I spend too long doing this, I'm not going to be able to finish everything I need to before the Steam Next Fest in like 4 months. So I really planned on finishing all this stuff this week. I still have faith that Bullet might actually end up working. Okay, let's see. Collide. Okay, hang on. Maybe correct surface. Trying to sweep. Oh wait, but that one isn't telling me anything about the invalid. Trying to sweep. Maybe correct. This one is probably what I want. Found an invalid slope dot product. None of these look right, but ignoring that. Good luck, hope you can. Yeah, thanks. We'll find out within a couple of days. This should be... Yeah, it is. I don't understand what this one is, but whatever. Found maybe correct surface. I did print. Oh, I didn't print it right. God damn it. To do it again. And up is also... M up X, M up Y, M up Z. Alright. Oh, we have to build it. Copy files and generate. Go back over to the bridge. Boom. Found maybe correct surface pointing up, and these all do look correct to me. That's the dot product. It's the up vector. That, though, these probably already existed before I collided with the stairs. This looks like a stair collision. Maybe. God, it's so confusing trying to figure out what the fuck it's colliding with. Well, after all this happens, it doesn't print anything, and the implication of that is the t value it found was not less than 0.5. Okay, let's put this back. None of the normals are facing down, right? That's my other suspicion here. Having a y value that's like exactly a -1. No. Damn it. Closest fraction hit. I mean, I could be totally not right about this, but I'm pretty sure when you do a sweep test like this, so give it my dynamic object to be sure you don't collide with this, and then your up vector, and then your minimum dot. Okay, dynamic. Go back to the docs. That's what I was looking at right before the raid. Cast shape. Cast shape is fine. From to. It allows for several queries. First hit, all hits, any hit, dependent on the value returned by the callback. Calls the result. This allows for several queries. First hit, all hits, any hit. So I would want first hit, and I guess it would be from to use the broad phase to accelerate the searcher objects based on their ABB. And for each object with the ray ABB overlap, performs an exact ray test. Perform an exact ray test. Unfortunately, the implementation for ray test and convex sweep test duplicated. Why did he even write this? Okay. Use brute force ray broad phase. Don't know. Can I find information about that anywhere? Ray test incredibly wrong / inaccurate. I was using ray test to test a gun bullet. So I started logging and I have a problem. I've defined use brute force ray broad phase to debug this problem, but the problem remains. What's amazing is when I swap from and to, it reports a collision. That's my suspicion here. If I'm looking at the kinematic character controller version of this thing, his start so he has a start and end transform. The start gets set to your current position, and the end gets set to your current position plus up times step height plus jump for some reason. So he is doing it backwards. And then you convex sweep, and then if it has a contact, closest hit fraction. I honestly might just try swapping around my from and to and see what happens. Let me keep reading this. Wow, this guy did so much shit for this. Oh my god. Tried your change the basic example and I can't reproduce your problem. I run the basic example. Okay. Okay, ignoring that then, I guess. I will try swapping it, just see what happens. I'm curious. Let's look at this a little bit more, though. Negative up. Negative up. So he's performing the test backwards, and I don't understand why. If it's you, if you don't want a contact response, yeah. I don't understand why he's performing the test backwards, but I will also perform the test backwards. Of course. Just do it backwards. I don't know what to do with my up value now. Negative up value, and then still this dot product probably. Alright, we'll see what happens. I don't see how this could possibly work unless his code is just like ridiculously dumb, going from to from. Laggy, laggy, laggy. Oh, why is it so laggy now? Okay. Performing this thing, found a stair. That can't be right. Huh. Okay, ignoring that for now. Found maybe correct surface. This is the dot product, and this is the surface. What is happening? I think what's happening is because, okay, it's actually probably, well, it's right for what it's trying to do. Because it's starting in the ground now, the closest t value is probably immediate and it's 0. That makes sense. So we can't do that. Swapping the direction seems not right to me. However, I am curious just to try it out to swap the up direction. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to try. The next thing to try is that I need to figure out how it's calculating t, because almost for sure it is not right. Okay, please get off the rock. Very laggy rock. Okay. And collide. Okay. Found invalid slope dot product. Everything it's finding here has a collision pair without a hit. Okay. This looks more right. This would be like the bridge. That didn't help. So I was doing it right. From to and up. I wonder if that's why they use the ghost object. So I was very confused about this. When they perform their convex sweep test, they have a callback with a ghost object. Go look at that. Maybe the ghost object gets more precise results back or something. That would explain a lot. Let's compare this. Okay, so all this looks actually the same though. The 1.0 linear velocity, angular velocity. This is different. Line velocity. does take the same values. I'm confused. This is like the final ABB. This doesn't somehow encompass actual velocity. Calculate velocity. Yeah, what? I mean, okay, let's open one more thing. Cast shape. We have to find this. Calculate temporal ABB. Linear motion. So they do take this, and for sure in the ghost object. Wait, the ghost object is the one that actually has a linear motion. I don't understand why. If the ghost object is, I had it backwards. If the ghost object is the one that has linear motion, I kind of have to use a ghost object. I think. But the real problem is the data it returns. So let's keep looking. Ignoring whatever the fuck this is. If you want to try and collide, get the AABBs. Actually, I get the ABBs and then expand it for some reason. I don't know, whatever. Hit lambda is 1.0, could use result, need testing. Okay, hit normal. This is the big problem, hit normal. And hit lambda, actually, for matter of fact. So it's detecting AABB intersections. BT rate ABB. Origin, ABB, ABB, hit, lambda hit normal. And then hit normal is never used again. But does that not matter? Maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, let's open another one. This is a function somewhere. Getting into the real details here. So where is this? What is this? This guy, I guess? Yeah. BT ray ABB. Ray from ray to ABB. Min-max. Okay. I get it, I guess. They're actually doing a ray intersection with the AABB. And they're expanding, I get it. They're expanding that AABB by both things they're trying to collide with AABB. And then they're doing a single ray intersection. So they're kind of putting the entire width of the object into the AABB and then intersecting with just a single ray. So that is pretty smart. And that's like the first check, I guess, right? So, okay. So one of my main problems with this is that when you're doing this calculate ABB thing, calculate temporal ABB, the world does not use the linear velocity. It uses a 0 linear velocity, and I still do not know why. maybe because you're using this array and then you're expanding the AABB. Maybe. Yeah, I think you don't care about it at this point. So I don't actually know why that is what's happening, right? From origin to origin, that's your array. And then your collision object ABB, which is expanded. Okay. Fuck. So based on that, when you do this first thing, why do they even do this? Cast shape AABB min. Okay, it makes sense to me that probably based on that, this can be a 0 vector. This one seems more correct to me. Okay, so we'll continue. From transform to transform, cast shape. Both of these are the same in that context, and then this actually calls into the world object query single. Collision object, get collision shaped, collision object, or world transform. Okay. I wonder if this is enabled for me. There's no way, right? Define that thing is commented out. Civil compound shape rate cast acceleration. Wonder what that does. If this is defined. What the fuck? Does this get used? I might need that to be enabled. Ray test single internal, ray test single. Wait, I might need that. Disable the BVT compound shape raycast acceleration. My thing is not compound though. This is only for compound shapes. Is that what that means? If it's concave, if it's convex, which mine is, otherwise this is concave. Okay, I don't care about that. Although, wait, maybe I do. The thing I'm colliding with is concave. Okay, the thing I'm colliding with is concave. It's not just concave either, it's worse. It might technically be compound. It's a triangle tree. If defined, if not defined. Wait, what? If not defined, disable. So you want it enabled? Then do array test. Otherwise, okay, I don't know what the difference is. I might try swapping this and see what happens. Let's try this. Doing, this is if it's disabled, if the raycast acceleration, doing not accelerated compound something raycast. Okay. This one is accelerated. Let's see what's happening if I can even print here. Please let me print. I want to print there. Matt. Can I import here? I don't actually know. That's not. It's I don't think so. But I'll try anyways. Yeah, okay. import. Wait, not import. What's it called? Include. Wait, can I do it here now then? Probably not, right? Acos. What the fuck is it telling me? Is this because I did this? There's no way, right? I don't know. I wonder if I can just, instead of doing this here, let me go back to my thing I was doing where I'm trying to print. Before any of this is ever imported into my library. So here, can I just import this now? I think this is the last thing I'm importing, so maybe not. I'll see. And I just don't want to stick it in here. Because I know I'm going to forget this, and it's going to be in here forever now. Okay, let's see if it's doing either one of these two things. Laggy. It does not, as far as I can tell. Trying to sweep, maybe found correct surface, invalid dot product. Okay. Get rid of that. So I don't care about this. That's what I learned. I wonder how this possibly works, to be honest. This is calling, it's all the same thing, so I can probably close this now. Let's just get rid of all this. T collision world. So the shape is what I, wait. Collision object wrapper. Okay, whatever. The shape is what I'm actually trying to like project. This is the from transform to transform. This is the object wrapper around the thing I'm colliding with, which has a bunch of information that is pretty standard, it looks like. And then allowed penetration. Result callback. Okay, so I have to go through this slowly, I guess. Collision shape. That is not my shape. That is the other shape, and that is not convex. It is concave, but this is probably what it is, in fact. It's a BVT triangle something triangle BVH triangle mesh shape. Okay. What is its type? A BT triangle mesh shape. BT concave shape. It's still not telling me what it is. Well, tell me here. Triangle mesh shape proxy type. Triangle mesh shape proxy type. Okay, that is what it is. So, bridge triangle convex cast callback. Man, I could do this myself, you know, in my own code with my own GJK function. That might be the least stupid thing to do. I mean, the whole reason I was using this library, though, was so I could use their stuff. You get your hit fraction somehow. From here, the report hit. And then bridge, triangle, convex, cast, callback. Let me perform convex cast. Bullet, perform convex cast. No documentation. Yay. Should be this guy. Some overlap, node overlap callback in the BVH triangle tree. Processing individual nodes of probably your triangle tree. Block read only, vertex in his base, mesh scaling, whatever. Perform array versus triangle collision here. Why? Report box cast overlapping node X. My node callback. That's this thing you constructed, which contains all this stuff, so. God. I don't understand what's happening here, but I cannot see any way where this thing could possibly, with how it's doing this, treat your convex shape as 3D. It looks to me like it's either using an AABB or array. Well, let's look at this, I guess. Jesus. Walk stackless quantized tree against ray? Use quantization. What does that mean? Quantization data. In the context of bullet physics, BVH triangle tree, what is this? Quantization techniques to reduce memory and potentially increase performance by approximating floating point values with integers. Wait, what? Why would... Surely that's false then, right? By default? I don't see it set to anything yet. It must be false. True. Set quantized values. Build internal. Quantize true. I don't know what to do about this. Maybe it doesn't matter. I would assume if... Maybe I'm giving them too much credit, but I would think... Build internal. But then... Maybe this isn't ever used, maybe? It probably is. If they turn it on by default, I would assume it's not that bad. I hope. God. Okay. I think I should stop looking at this. I don't think I'm going to figure it out this way. Yeah. Bullet physics, convex sweep test, exact normal result. Oh wait, the thing I still haven't checked that I still need to check. Okay, back to here. When you do this, it calls add single result. This has some way of getting... Oh, it's kind of what I was just looking at, the fraction value. Okay, I'm trying to implement a character controller. I use a kinematic ghost object, and my approach in general is very much similar to the approach used by that, however, with some additional features. My test program, static world, is a single triangle mesh. I use a capsule collision shape. Where to perform a step every time I do a convex sweep test, raising the capsule step height higher than its original position and sweeping down to the target position. If it hits something, I stop a small distance before that collision takes place, otherwise I do the full step. Then I do another sweep downwards to find where the ground is. Okay. When I hit a surface during the ground test phase, I would like to see what is the slope of the surface at the point of collision. And if the slope is too steep, my character should slide down. I assume the hit normal world in the sweep test callback is what I needed. The norm of the colliding surface, but apparently not, or not always. Everything worked fine until I tried to test a stairway. The character started to exhibit some weird behavior around the step edges. It was occasionally sliding back down, despite the fact that the sides of the steps were actually vertical and should have been stepped over. Then... oh, I realized there is rarely such a thing as absolute vertical triangle, whatever. So I added a threshold to step size so that it doesn't get too small. After some debugging, I realized the normals were coming from the convex sweep test were not actually normals of the surface of the character we're standing on. They look like this, and he attached pictures that are not visible. Pictures no longer exist. Okay. Yeah, so he's having the same problem I am, where the normals there is a bunch of junk. And I tried to replace the capsule with a box, and this is what I got. And strange normals are still there. Now they don't make any sense to me. The M hit normal world is a separating normal. Yep. At the time of impact. Fuck. Separating normal is calculated using an algorithm. Uses a get supporting vertex, so it's EPA on both collision shapes. And normal could be different from the triangle box face because the collision margin makes a box a bit rounded. It is the vector connecting the two closest points. These points are generated through a combination of several get supporting vertex calls. In the case, converted into a triangle mesh, the triangle part index of turns could be exposed. Okay, well, that was his complaint. The guy replied and said, yep, you're right, it doesn't work. And that was it. Very cool. So, what I have determined. There are a couple ways to maybe do this. I could go back to my own GJK test, and what I could do is these are presumably both convex shapes. Right now, at least, they're both guaranteed to be non-simple shapes as well. So I might be able to get a list of vertices out of them. And then I could perform my own directional GJK test and get the real normal direction out of it. That's one option. I feel like that's not a good solution. Yeah. Since I know it is a triangle mesh, this is maybe another choice. I have my I have my local convex results. This gives me the local point on each object. I can probably find a way to get the... Doesn't it? At the very least, I could determine for my capsule shape if my local point is at the bottom of my capsule, like not on the corner, then I would say it is facing straight up. That's one option. That accounts for some cases. And then if it is on the edge, I might have to find, okay. Local shape info. BT collision object, hit collision object, and local shape info. What is this? Maybe this has something in it. Gives extra information for complex shapes. Currently, only BT triangle mesh shape is available, so it just contains triangle index and the subpart. So it just contains triangle index and subpart. Well, shape part and triangle index. That might work. I can maybe make that work. Hit point local. I wonder what that's local to. Let's check this first of all. I don't know what this is local to, but this will give me something to go off of. Oh, this actually won't work. This won't work. Because in the case of hitting the edge of the stairs, it's choosing to return to me this triangle. It should be returning this triangle. That will not work. Wow, this fucking sucks. I'm gonna... Okay. I might look in... Maybe I'll stop here for today, maybe. So my options going forward. I've figured out quite a bit about this. Options going forward. Oh, wait. Turns out you can't reliably do this bullet without a lot of effort because bullet convex sweep test will not return true information about the sweep intersection, but just the approximated EPA result. So that's one thing. Yeah. It also returns slightly incorrect triangles because it is an approximated intersection. So we can't even take the triangle data and perform math ourselves. I wonder in Bullet, would they allow me? In Bullet, can you resolve an overlap between two shapes in a specific direction? Like, there's no way they let me do this, right? Because in Bullet, you can resolve it in a specific direction using collision detection and response mechanisms. No, that's not true. Okay, that's not right. I can maybe still make Bullet work by checking the local point, getting the local triangle, resolving all collisions myself. This will likely lead to new collisions called from Jai. This will likely lead to new collisions because it's not returning correct triangles in the first place. I will have to continue solving the triangle collisions until I run out of vertical space or an invalid normal is found. Okay, this seems like a horrible plan. Okay, option number 2 going forward. Okay. When how do you describe this though? When a new collision is detected. I don't really know exactly how to do that, so I think when the manifold being dispatched, call into Jai to perform my own GJK directional function that will return the correct normal and t value. Okay. This might actually work, this one. Let me try and look this up too. I wish I could like visualize this. In Bullet, when you have a BVH triangle mesh and you have a collision dispatcher, will it dispatch collisions for every single triangle that your convex mesh collides with? Will it approximate it? Bullet physics, when you use a BVA triangle mesh and a collision dispatcher, the system will not dispatch collisions for every single triangle that the convex mesh collides with. Instead, it will use BVH to efficiently approximate and handle collisions. That's a problem. Digital effects within convex mass and bounding volumes. Quickly measure that are not approximated to convex. Oh wait, that's maybe fine. So you're saying it will return a collision for every triangle that intersects with. The collision detection for the BVH triangle mesh shape will involve checking each triangle within the bounding volume with the convex shape. However, whether or not it's returned for an individual triangle depends on how the collision dispatcher manifolds are processed. Okay. I don't know if I could actually do this then. It's in broad phase detection. Broad phase detection quickly eliminates pairs of objects. Narrow phase detection performs a more precise check. Measure the narrow phase collection of pairs identifies broad phase. For a BVH triangle mesh shape, the collision dispatcher will use impact collision algorithm. I don't think this would work either then. Use contact manifolds to group multiple contact points, and it aims to optimize and not creating excessive number of manifolds. Contact manifolds. A contact manifold is a structure that holds multiple contact points between two colliding objects. It can store detailed collision information. Yeah, it might actually not. This would depend on the collision dispatcher, including all intersecting triangles in either a contact, either a manifold or a contact point. I don't think I can rely on Bullet to do this because it heuristically will probably remove triangles that are deeper into, or less deep in the mesh. And if I try to resolve in a specific direction, these triangles would be relevant. So it seems like it'll be unreliable, but chance it'll work if I have all the triangles I need. 3. Let me look at this. Oh, it doesn't tell me enough stuff. I want to know what all objects it was trying to collide with. Found a knot stair. It's finding one knot stair. That might actually maybe be correct then. No, but this is happening every time. Okay. I don't know. I can't tell from these prints, what's happening. When I'm dispatching all manifolds, this could work too. I could go through all, I could get all unique objects I'm colliding with. Could get all triangle overlaps, regardless of the actual manifold or contact point. I could then use my own GJK direction thing. I could then use my own GJK direction thing and solve these triangles myself, potentially discard the manifolds. I think this would work. But it's basically repeating a step in the narrow phase. Physics, algorithm, and I think it would be pretty bad performance. Seems like a lot of work, but not much. But since it would work, this could be a fallback option. Four. Switch to physics. In physics, you implement a rigid body dynamic character stepping. So you can make a PX controller Okay. And a controller manager and whatever, and nowhere does this say collision flags and character controller collision down. You step up it. Raycast. That doesn't look right, but okay. The X controller is typically used for kinematic character controllers, which is designed to be controlled explicitly. You can still emit dynamic-like behavior with rigid bodies. To achieve dynamic character controller, responding to gravity impulses other interactions. When using the controller, you can combine the controller with dynamic rigid body. Attach a dynamic rigid body to the controller to handle physical interactions like gravity and forces. That might work. I would probably end up treating the character as dynamic rigid body. Would implement a PhysX character controller kinematic. Where is this? Line up every frame. I would get. How does this work exactly? Okay, this maybe makes sense. I would get the dynamic character position and velocity. Update the kinematic character to move in the same step for this frame. If the kinematic character collides with a step, resolve it by moving the character up. If the character gets moved up, teleport, set the position of the dynamic of your body to the new location. Maintain all original rigid body forces otherwise. Okay. This might be what I do. Seems like maybe the best solution. Well, shit. To be sure, you can mark specific rigid bodies as continuous collision detection. I could do this backwards. No, I can't really. Physics continuous collision detection. Does it have support for this? Because the thing they just said about rigid bodies kind of implies they don't, which is not really believable. So they must. Continuous. What? Ignore the noise. Advanced collision detection. Okay. By default, collisions between kinematic rigid bodies and kinematic rigid bodies and kinematic and static rigid bodies will not be reported. Enable kinematic pairs. Okay. If continuous collision detection with multiple passes is enabled, then a fast-moving object might bounce on and off the same object multiple times during a single simulation step. By default, only the first impact will be reported. Okay, so you can do that. Yeah, of course. Why did the fucking article say you can't do that? When continuous collision detection is turned on, affected rigid bodies will not go through other objects with high velocities. To enable CCD, few things need to happen. CCD needs to be enabled for each PX rigid body that requires it. Okay. Alright, this is probably what I'll do. I'm gonna continue working on this tonight, because this fucking sucks. I need to finish this week if I'm not gonna fall behind my schedule. And now there's probably a lot more work. PhysX C library. Does this exist? If this exists, this saves me a lot of work. Which I kind of doubt it does. Everything is C++. Well, it's official. I hate Bullet. Bullet has killed me. This physics library is in fact C++. You must create your C header wrapper. Physics. I don't know. Okay, well, this is probably, yeah, all I'm gonna do. I'll have to figure out. Oh man, okay, I have to figure out today what to do with physics. Like, how do I get the bindings working? Let me search through the Jai Discord for physics. I don't think anyone has made bindings, but that would be really nice. It'd be possible to make bindings for physics, for example, but they don't include a CBPA, might be a little bloated. No one has done this. No, something else I could do with box 2D. This is a stupid solution. Maybe. Depending on how hard the bindings are to write, this physics might not be worth it. I could probably teleport, move my character in some binary search-like fashion to determine exactly where the ground is intersected with down to some really small value like 0.01. And in this case, the resolve vector, see, even this isn't guaranteed, which is really annoying. Even if I do this, if I'm moving at a speed, I'm moving at a speed of like 0.1 or something, so 10% of the time, 0.01 is going to be larger than my horizontal intersection vector. And in that 10% of the time, I'm not going to climb stairs. Yeah, 10% of this time is a lot. I can't do this. This guy wrote Odin bindings for physics. How good is this, I wonder? Simulation event callback. PX scene simulate, PX scene release, scene get contact, set kinematics, set user data actor. This stuff seems pretty good. Alright, and then in actually Odin, he has just bindings. Okay. This might be a good enough starting point. Alright, this is probably what I'll do today. That'll be all I'm doing on stream. Thanks for watching. So, at the end of it all, I got most of the features. Let me push what I have, everything I have. Git status. Got most features of bullet working, except it turns out stepping is just about literally impossible unless you write the entire physics pipeline yourself. Very cool. Everyone loves that. Updated physics a little. All right. Let me see. Who can I host? Anyone know someone to host? I'll host Alaka this, why not? So I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna work for like fucking 6 more hours because now with this discovery, I'm way behind schedule. So yep. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully with a working physics library. And hopefully in the same state I'm in right now. We'll see. God.